Should I tweak that? What's good? What's good? We back in this thing. Forgot to adjust this real quick. We'll leave this small while we react. Leave it to me. Leave it to me. We in this thing, man. I was about to say something else, but I just let it be. But we back in this thing. Your favorite casual is back to cook some shit. And I've been challenged. I've been challenged by one of the guys that often think I'm a casual when it comes to this sports thing, but you know what? It's causing the people. So I'm just getting shit right, y'all. But I'm sending the links and posting shit too, so we can have some guys in the shit talking. Give me a second to get this shit going. Get this sent off, and we're gonna get into this reaction video. We're gonna get rid of these flaws. This shit's so annoying. My damn cat. All right. I might need to create a Discord or something like that. But we back in this thing, man. A little unprepared, but regardless, we in this thing. So, with that being said, camera hella close, but it is what it is. It is what it is. We're gonna get right into it. Well, let me see. What do we say? I'm gonna wait on him real quick. You say you want to react. Alright. Again, I'm like 2-3 minutes. We've been chatting it up about the sports conversation for a little minute. And one of the conversations right now is the 2017 Warriors, is the 2017 greatest Warriors or basketball team of all time. And to me, I just think it's a little exaggerated. I think they had a lot of flaws defensively, even offensively. A lot of times, only 2 out of the 3 big stars will show up, or sometimes even 1 out of the 3 will show up. And that's why Curry and his finals, not having finals MVP and all that stuff, types to show up in his resume. And people like to bring that up because no matter how great he had in some of the regular season, and no matter how great his performances was in some of the regular seasons, when they got to the playoffs, it seemed like he was almost a shell of himself, or just at a lesser degree of what he'll be as far as production and stuff like that for our offense. And that happened from before KD and after KD. So if guys not really aware of that, I just think that's a huge understanding of that team had a lot of weaknesses, especially when you talk about how much they relied on jump shots and things like that. But I started just naming teams. Like my first teams I named, I think the 2000 Lakers probably could beat that Warriors team. I think the 2000 Spurs could beat them because when it comes to the top 2 guys or 3 guys, they're matching talent. I take Shaq and Kobe talent wise over Clay, Steph, and KD, all 3. That's just me. I take their level of production, their how they play together, and all those different things over. That's just me. And when it comes to Ginobili, Parker, and Duncan, the talent level is matched. Like as far as what you ask for an offense to be productive, no Tony Parker, as far as a superstar, is not on the same level as Stephen Curry as a superstar. But when it comes to matchups and who's the greatest teams of all time, it's not about just names. So when you think about a person like a Tony Parker, I think it's just as even with the Stephen Curry. He's going to make the shots. He's going to carry the team through the game whenever needed. He's going to come through very clutch, and he's going to also facilitate a little bit while moving off the ball and killing you off the ball. Tony Parker is a great example. He could play on ball or off ball. He could hit mid range, or he could take you to the paint. So that's just that. Outside of that, I mean, and I'm just having Philip come about to the award to pop up if he said he the one gave me this idea. But even outside of that, like Ginobili's production versus Klay Thompson production, like I said, Klay wasn't this guy once KD got there where he was always just lighting it up for 20 a night. It was nice where he only had 9 points. It was nice where he was only getting 12 points, especially in the playoffs. And when you talk about Ginobili being able to create for himself, create for the team, I would take Ginobili over Klay Thompson as a third option, whether it's on the bench or off the bench. And when it comes to Tim Duncan, I would take Tim Duncan defense and offensive production and the fact that no one on the Warriors can fucking stop KD. I mean, no one on the Warriors can stop Durant. I mean, I said KD, then I said Durant. Tim Duncan. And the fact that Tim Duncan is a very good system player, I'm gonna go ahead and execute. Go ahead and go with Tim Duncan. Because as far as execution and stuff like that, I think both teams execute very decent as far as their system. I think I would give the slight edge to the Spurs when it comes to moving the ball, creating an extra pass and stuff like that. The reason why KD and Draymond used to go at it because KD would buck the system sometimes and they'll throw them out of whack. They'll throw them out of rhythm. They had no ego over there at the Spurs. The ball stayed moving. The ball stayed doing what it had to do. And those different things when you playing all-time great teams and matching up against all-time great teams and trying to see who's the best, I'm going to take a team that had more chemistry. I'm going to take a team that had just as much stars. So, and I get it. Curry and KD was on the same team. I'm big on Curry more than I am with KD because really KD's proven that he's good when he's on a great team. But outside of that, like when it comes to going against peers and people that he match up against, he sometimes falls short. And Curry not too far away from that either. Like they are both top 15, top 20 players, but when it comes to winning championships, niggas ain't really that scared of them. But all right, that being said, if he ain't in here now, oh well. And them ain't even. I also said the Lakers and the Celtics in the '80s. I said a bunch of other teams too, and I really think that people just overplaying that Warriors team. But let's move on. Basketball is a team game. It's not for individual honors. I won back-to-back state championships in high school, back-to-back in NCAA, college. NCAA championships in college. I won NBA championship my first year in the league and championship in my last year in the league. And now in between that, it is Ashton Stone, Bill Russell.
What's going on, guys?
I don't even know what that
So
statement
today
was.
we'll
I don't even know what that statement's supposed to mean. That was so contradictory. He started off with it's a 10 game, and then he started going into I did this, I did that.
be debunking the Michael Jordan 6 for 6 argument and show why it's a logical fallacy. The argument is centered around the fact that Michael Jordan has won all of the finals he's been in, making him a perfect 6 for 6. This argument is mostly used to reinforce the narrative that Michael Jordan is the greatest player of all time. Unfortunately, there are 4 major flaws with this argument, starting with the way most basketball fans dissect and interpret an NBA Finals record. To illustrate this point, let's take 6 U.S. Olympic swimmers who have received gold medals. Based on their gold medals alone, it would be easy to rank these swimmers from first to last. But for greater context and clarity, we would also look at their silver medals and the amount of races they participated in, which would then allow us to properly rank them. For example,
I mean, I see where he's going with this, but then the argument would be, what do you value more, and what would the value you give to a gold medal versus a silver medal? So say if you was to rank it, you would give, let's say out of 100 points, I think you will give 60 to the gold medal, 30 to silver, and 10 to the bronze. And honestly, you probably can distort it even more. You probably can go 70 gold just on how hard it is, how insanely and hard it is. Obviously, it's hard to win silver and bronze as well, but it's almost impossible to win gold. So just to have one gold medal over a guy that has 5 silver medals, like that's what I'm saying. Like, how many silver medals would you have as an Olympian? Would you feel good if you didn't have a gold medal? I know track runners. I played in track. I had a bunch of bronze and silver, but nigga, you want the gold. So let's say you do have 10 silvers, but you never got a gold. When we ask that athlete, would you trade in all of those silvers for that gold? What would they say? Maybe yes. Or would they trade in half? So like that's what with this conversation, it's just a little weird because I would hold the gold coins, the gold medals way higher. That just is what it is. So it would be at least 60, 65, 70 like points that I would give to gold. Each gold you get is worth 70 points. And then when you add how many silvers you get, let's say maybe 10 or 15 points for that. And then whatever's the rest after that for bronze. So for me, obviously, what's this guy? Michael Phelps will still take the cake with that conversation unless you want to add context or something like that. But even then, like, there's no real context that kind of goes against Phelps not being the greatest. So I'm interested to see where he goes here.
Example, swimmer E took part in 15 races.
And to wrap up my point with the point metric is, so let's say Jordan has 6 finals championships. Let's just put this into a calculator. Let's just say at 70 points, 6 times, where's my times button? I mean, that's just 42 at that point. If I'm not mistaken, 42, 420, but let's just, 420. And then, so here's 420. So how many, Bron has 4 times 70. Oh, shit. I'm fucking up. 4 times 70. That's 280 versus 340, right? And then you add the other 6 appearances. So I said out of 70, you give 70 to gold points. Then you'll give another 20? I give 20 points and then 10 to bronze. So what's 6 times 20? I'm fucking up. 6 times 20. 80. So what? It's damn near even. It's damn near even at that point. Because you got 80. My bad, we're going to do this one more time. So you got 4 championships times 70 points. 280 plus 80 is 360. And then, Jordan times 6 times 70, 420. 360 versus 420. If we was to add or value the goals at a certain rate, then what's the name? So, I mean, I respect the argument, but let's just finish let's see what else he got to say about it. But that's just how I feel off the initial point that he made.
And was able to win 6 total medals, which were all gold, while swimmer B took part in 13 races and was able to win 9 total medals, which included 5 gold and 4 silver. Now, while some may view swimmer E as the better swimmer because he has one more gold medal, others may prefer swimmer B because he has more total medals and also because he was able to win those medals in fewer races. When judging the
So that's a context you would like to bring up. Like you said, he won more medals in less time, and he only has one less ring. And I mean, I would respect it. Like that's pretty close. That's pretty close. So you trying to say this guy's flawless performance at E versus the guy at B being, let's say 4 for, is that 10? That's 9. So he was 5 for 9 versus the guy that went 5 for 5. I respect it. It's very close. And then you say that guy raced less races. So that also, in the Olympics, that also says something too, though. Like, you wasn't even qualifying. Well, no, I mean, he only did it in 2 less races, though. So that's interesting. So, yeah, I mean, I get where he's going with this, but I would look at Michael Phelps versus this guy at B, whatever.
Swimmers, a lot of it comes down to personal preference. So while the gold medals do matter, they must be taken with a grain of salt in light of the totality of the swimmer's achievements.
And I mean, even at that point, the guy that I said, B, has more points than E. So once again, if we did 5 times 70, that's 350, and then you gave these other 1, 2, 3, 4 times 20, so you got 430 versus this guy is at 5 times 70 is at 350. So one guy's at 470 as far as the amount of points on. We give gold a certain amount of points, we give silver a certain amount of points, we give bronze a certain amount of points. So even in this situation, on the context that I brought up earlier, B will have more points. So, but vice versa, Michael Jordan is still edging out LeBron, even with those other, those other appearances.
In light of the totality of the swimmer's achievements. And that sort of context is what most basketball fans miss when looking at an NBA Finals record. An NBA Finals loss should always be thought of like a silver medal, since those players technically came in second place. So when we switch the U.S. Olympic swimmers for NBA Hall of Famers Bill Russell, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Magic Johnson, Michael Jordan, LeBron.
I just did the math on my phone. LeBron has 400 total points as far as adding the whatever you want to call it, the finals wins versus losses, and Jordan has 420. So they're really fucking close. They're really fucking close. Even still, Jordan will edge him out being 6 for 6.
LeBron James and Jerry West, a different picture appears. Not only do these players' careers look completely different, but all of these players except for
my mic low, appreciate it. That shit maxing out, damn it though. Cut your shit up. Nah, I'm playing. Yeah, I don't know why. It's down there peak. Okay, let me see. I'm listening. Players except for my mic low. Appreciate it. Yeah, I don't know. My shit sound good on my phone. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Michael Jordan have spent at least half of their careers in the NBA Finals. In spite of that, their finals losses are constantly held over their heads, while Michael Jordan's early playoff exits are never brought up. And this brings us to our next point.
I mean, if I was to bring up Michael Jordan early losses, like just be real. Like, you was getting 3-0 by one of the greatest teams of all time in the Celtics. Like, those are the only teams that got him out of the league. I mean, got him out in the first round, the Celtics. So, it's like, are we holding him to a level early in his career when he was still averaging, like, 37 to 40 points a game against those Celtics teams, and he just showed that he didn't have help. Versus when LeBron was losing in finals. At least 2 of those finals, you could say he didn't show up for. And the Mavs specifically. You could maybe go to the 07, the year with the Spurs or whatever, and maybe some other years. But it's for sure a couple of the losses came on the fact that LeBron just didn't show up in the moments that he needed to, versus it just didn't have a team around him. So when we throw the context of why, like, Jordan was losing in the first round, it wasn't because of Jordan. No one would have blamed Jordan for losing to the Celtics team. There is many people that blame LeBron James for losing to the Mavs. Most people say that. Same for when they lost to the Spurs. Like, again, like, when he was with Miami, it's like, it's not necessarily, I would say it's not necessarily his fault so much then. It was more a little bit of everybody. But even then, when you the GOAT and you still got other dudes averaging 20 and like 18 points a game with you, like, at a certain point, you got to be able to figure out how to beat one of the oldest teams in the in the league to win the championship. Let's see what he said. This is Isaiah Thomas. Jordan was a great player in the 80s, but they were finishing 3rd and 4th in the division. He was great in the 90s. He dominated the 90s, but in the 80s, he was out in the first round. He was out in the first round to the Celtics. This is the first thing I pulled up. Shit, I thought it was just gonna be right there. Jordan was eliminated in the first round. Averaged 28. No, I don't know if it sound right. Don't lie to you. Here we go. Where the fuck can you find it, bro? Last time this shit just popped up. Give me a second while I find this. I think it was like 80. I'm trying to remember the years now. Maybe I gotta ask the question different. I say 1985. So he lost 3 times. So once to the Bucks. Wait. First, yeah, once to the Bucks and the other 2 to the Celtics. But even with that Bucks team, I wonder if it was on there. I had to look. He was swept his second year. Was it in the playoffs or what? I mean, second year in the league or second year in the playoffs? Nigga averaged 63. So I can just go. I know what I'm going to do. To wrap this up real quick. What year was this? 1984. Let's see. Did I put playoffs? God damn. Alright. Okay, here we go. It'll be finding shit so much quicker on my phone. It don't make no sense. Where are the Bulls? What the fuck? Okay. Move on to the next year. Am I tweaking? Okay. 3-1. They lost 3-1. All right. And when was Jordan drafted? Real quick. $1984. So his second year, he made the playoffs. Just curious. $2005, 2006. So pretty much 2-3 years after. That's not too crazy. All right, I'm just curious. Let's see. Look at the teams. So Jordan, his second year, averaged 29. He had another guy that averaged 20. Another guy that averaged 15. Another guy that averaged 10. So his team wasn't that bad. Let's look at the Celtics. You got Terry Cummings that averaged 29, Sidney Moncrief with 26, Paul Presley with 14, Ricky Pierce with 10. So I mean, Jordan at that time was matching a top scorer, but nobody else was matching essentially. But that's one. That's literally his first playoff appearance, and I don't really bring up stuff like this because it's like everyone was losing early in their career. So I just don't really love the argument. And then let's go to the years with the Celtics real quick when he lost to the Celtics. Because I just don't think it's even fair to bring it up, to be honest. Boston Celtics ended up in the finals. So he lost to a team that won the finals. Let's just be real. 40-63. And what did he have this game? 40-63. Let's say 19? And 19. So he didn't play good his last game. But literally the first two games was 49 points and 63 points. I just don't think it's fair that we bring that up when we talk about Jordan. And then we can go to the next year real quick. It's real quick. Then he gets swept by them again. That same Celtics team made it to the finals, but lost. So it's not like he was losing to fucking scrubs. He was losing to all-time great teams. Larry Bird, Danny Ainge, Kevin McHale, Bill Walton. Like, what are we talking about? Multiple Hall of Famers. And he averaged 35 points a game with an old Charles Oakley. I can't even say that nigga averaged 20 and 15. Fuck that. I can't call him old. It's not any. I don't have an enemy. We're just arguing about this. Ain't got nothing to do with LeBron for real. But LeBron arguably played better and was efficient his first playoff series. Okay, you said it. Let's look it up. Because I'm curious to see how that even plays out. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a lot closer than you think. Oh, 35 points. Oh, maybe not. 35, 2006. Oh, yeah, okay, that's lining up. 35, 7, and 5. So his first year, he played pretty fucking great. But Jordan kept up that type of energy with that 35 shit a game. I think if LeBron was keeping up that type of scoring, he might have had better chances to win championships early in his career, if we being honest. And then we go to the second series. It's not even close. The second time he made the playoffs, Jordan clears this shit. You can say his first series, I'll give you LeBron clears Jordan for sure. They second series appearance, I mean, he actually made the finals, so it's kind of tough to say. But as far as individual performances, I mean, Jordan was averaging damn near 45 points a game. But let's just give it to LeBron. I give it to LeBron here. as well. Just because you made the finals and technically Jordan only played 3 games, so averaging 45 ain't that impressive. Even though we know he was that guy, because even in the regular season he was averaging damn near 38, 39. But I'll give it to LeBron. It's not a bad point, Wardu.
The second flaw with the Michael Jordan 6-for-6 argument is that it penalizes players for their finals losses, while Michael Jordan's early playoff exits are never counted against him. This logic therefore assumes that losing in the finals is somehow worse than losing in the first 3 rounds.
Only thing with this argument is if you want to give it a definite, it's second place. To me, when you lose, you lose. It's about winning the game. It don't matter if you made it to the second round, third round, nigga, whatever, nigga. If you ain't win the championship, who gives a fuck? Because as an individual player, bro, most people don't go at home when they feel like they were championship contenders and was like, you know what, at least we made it to the finals. Nigga, fuck no. When we lost in the first round, I wasn't like, at least we made it to the playoffs. First time in school history. No, nigga, we lost in the first round. I don't give a fuck about no what would you call that? Constellation prize. I don't give a fuck. So that's how I think. And that's just me as an athlete and how competitive I am. And that's how I kind of grade shit. So if you want to give a guy some love for going to more finals appearances, that's cool, but at the same time, it's about winning. You had a chance to win more championships than almost anybody else in the league, and you fell short. Let's just be real. You had 10 opportunities. If you would have won 75% of those, you might be at 7 to 8 championships. Let's just be real. If you round up, you're close to 8. So let's just be real. And we go back, I've already went back and I've had 2-3 hour long videos. He had a chance to win at least 6 or 7 titles. If you take the 2011, whatever year when he lost to the Mavs, that gives him 5 rings. If you take the losing to the Spurs after you had just beat them and should have been able to get over the hump and you got 4-1 by them, that would have been 6 rings. Now if you go to 2007, or, matter of fact, fuck 2007, because I've broken down 2007, and them games wasn't that far off. Those games were kind of competitive, and LeBron just was not playing at his same level of performance. And even the commentators were saying that if you go watch the 2007 highlights, I don't really want to watch it because they're going to cook us and kick us off the stream. But let's just go back right here, scroll, because I don't want to expose niggas' messages, I guess. I don't know how niggas feel. We just talking about sports stuff. What the fuck was that post up with? Oh, I posted it. I'm looking on the wrong side. Oh, here you go.
And this is going to be as bitter an end to a season as you can possibly have. The year the Cavs was supposed to win an NBA championship, and the year the city of Cleveland was set to celebrate maybe their first title since '64 is going to end in the second round.
So this year was the year that Kobe ended up beating the Cavs. I mean, the Celtics. I don't know if LeBron's able to beat this Celtics team, if he could beat Kobe. That's up in the air. But the media not just making it up. This was a 60-win team. They had decent role players that was built around them, and a lot of people had them as favorites to be championship contenders, especially on how they looked at LeBron and how he could be a contributor to a championship team and be the main guy. So people had faith, especially with it. He already been to the finals before, so he already showed a certain level of grit and whatever. So now you just go to whatever year this is. This could have been a ring. So he had opportunities to get more rings than than Jordan or Kobe. And he fell short. He had more opportunities and more years in the league. And he still has less goal, the less rings, which is the ultimate goal. Like, let's just be real. W Leak, you mean? I had to go. That's the easiest way I could, But hey, man, all y'all in there, Everybody, fuck with them, follow them on Twitter shit. Everybody in here is doing that.
Example, in the 1985 NBA playoffs, Larry Bird went 13-8 and made it to the NBA Finals before losing to the Lakers in 6 games.
Let's go back. I want to get the whole point.
Losing in the finals is somehow worse than losing in the first 3 rounds.
Let's go. I mean, we can go look. Let's just go look. I'm not scared of research. 2010 Cavs versus Celtics playoffs. Let's see what really went down. So game 1, Cavs won. So let's just be real. Game 4 was 2-2. So you can't say, the teams were just so uneven and matched up. He was able to compete for 4 games. He lose back-to-back games, game 5 and game 6. That's what's the excuse? What's the excuse when this was a championship contender? I don't know. Did they figure him out? Were they not able to make a certain amount of adjustments that the Celtics did, or what? But if he's the goal, if he's Mr. IQ and all these different things, why game at 5 and 6? Let's go into it. So we can look at game 1. We're gonna go game by game and just kind of glance through. Let's look at LeBron. 35, 7-7, played amazing. I'm not gonna argue that. Rondo had 27, KG with 18, Paul Pierce with 13, Ray with 14. So they got cooked, lost by 8. Move on to the next game. What was the score? Boston Celtics pretty much cooked them, almost a 20-point win. Rondo with 13, Ray with 22, Kevin with 18, Paul with 14, Rasheed with 17. So they had depth. They definitely had depth. And here you go, LeBron with 24, Jameson with 16, J.J. Hickson with 13. And then you had 2 guys that was close to 10, but they got cooked. That was the media being media trying to turn him into the guy. He was not beating a pop team that had those defensive players with what he had. Kobe would have got swept too with that Cavs team. I don't think so. Because once we look at this, we'll go back and look at that one. Because I don't like when people just talk. We're gonna have to actually get into the facts and shit. Honestly, let me I ain't gonna lie. I download Discord, so I know y'all ain't gonna want to keep chatting. Tapping this shit for a Mac. Bitch, ain't got no Mac. Download Discord. I'm on a laptop and shit. This ain't my shit, so let me see. All right, so then we go to this game 2. We already seen that. Game 3, the Cavs won. So they going back and forth, and they blowing each other out. So it's not like, what's the excuse? What's the excuse? LeBron just didn't have the team to do it. It ain't all about scoring. You got to play defense. You got to do a lot of shit. And at the end of the day, you was able to stay in it for 4 games straight. I don't understand how you lose in game 6 when you was the favorite. The Cavs team was the favorite. In Vegas and in the media eyes, these people aren't just delusional people. They watched the whole season of basketball. Who knows how the regular season played out? Maybe the Cavs beat the Celtics in the regular season, so that might help gas what people think. But it's not like a delusional thing. So it's like, why are people giving so much cake for a guy that was a favorite? I don't understand. Kevin Garnett with 19, so it was pretty close. LeBron 38, Antoine with 20, and everybody else double digits pretty much in the starting lineup in the 6-man. That's decent enough to win with. And you see it got done. So let's go here. This is game 4. By the way, if they win this game, LeBron would have been up 3-1. So let's see. Only averaged 22 points, 7 for 18 shooting, 38% from the field, 7 turnovers. Could have been up 3-1 if you would have just stuck to your regular day performance. And LeBron is great, but he's inconsistent from time to time. Whether it's adjustments on how teams play him defensively or he's just streaky at scoring. But one of the guys that y'all call the most efficient guys of all times have nights like this where he shoots 38%, especially early in his career, which kept him from getting to a certain level. Let's just be real. This could have been 3-1, one on the road. I get it. You're on the road. So maybe that's what it is. Let's go look over here. You got outplayed by Rajon Rondo. Rondo had 29, 18, and 14. You got outplayed by Rajon Rondo. Obviously, he's a Hall of Famer, but if that's what's going to – like, I'm just being honest. You got a guy with 18, another guy with 18, another guy with 15. Let's go back and look. You also had 3-4 guys, double digits. So it's not like it wasn't that far off. And if you would have scored 35 or 30 like you did in the other 2 games or 3 games, why you say I don't need the app? You can just Discord online. Okay, hold on. I don't be nothing, bro. Y'all gotta teach me the ways of football. Teach me the football? Oops, that's not right. Yes, I'm human. Fuck me. Hold on, y'all. I'll be right back. I knew my shit was about to die. My fucking phone died. Alright. Let me do this real quick. Get to this Gmail real quick. We'll get right back to it. Verify login. I got so many links up. Bitch. We in this bitch. Oh, this my real shit too. I might already have y'all on here. Cut it back. I don't need to do this. Leave me alone. I'm already logged in. No, I don't see y'all. Alright, I gotta get to y'all shit. What's y'all shit? What's y'all Discord? You Wardeezy. Mr. Leak, how I leak it? It's my Gmail. What are you talking about? Ain't shit on there. Ain't nothing wrong with a little leakage. Last time I checked. Alright, let's close some of these fucking links down. Alright. So like I said, let's get into it. Back into it. Alright. So yeah, we was at LeBron. So we see what happened. If LeBron would have just played to his normal level, they might end up pulling out a game away and being up 3-1 on the road. So you can't blame his team. That's the thing. In certain games, when they be losing, like in games where he'll have great games, but in certain games that they lose, his teammates did step up. It'll be games where like Daniel Gibson in 07 had like 29 points and LeBron had less than him. It's like it really be hard to try to give him excuses. Like, yes, he does have the capability of playing great games, but sometimes when games matter most, he just come up short. All right, so here we go. Now we're going to game 5, and at this point, Celtics wasn't playing with him. Paul Pierce with 21, Ray with 25, KG with 18, Rondo with 16, Glenn with 15. It just killed them. But at the same time, LeBron went 3 for 14, 21%, 0 from 4 from the 3. Like, this is the game. Most times you lose game 5, you lose the series. And you had a chance to be up 3-1. Now you down 3-2. Like, that's huge, bro. That's huge. Appreciate that, my dog. All right, go back. Discord. Start a conversation. No, that's not how you do it. Add a friend. I feel like this name gay. Big dude. Who the fuck call you big dude? The dude. Big dude, the dude. Fuck how you that nigga. Alright. So then you go to game 6, which what D-Fran alluded to. You go to game 6 where he has a great rebounding game. But he also shot 38% from the field. With he got 9 free throws, so that's what kind of boosted his points. But regardless, he stayed aggressive, so 9 free throws is still cool. I can't hate on that. But a casual triple-double, that's a great stat line, but it wasn't good enough for them to get a W. It's just point-blank period. Lost by 10 while he shot 38%. So he shot twice, he shot 38%. Once he shot 21%. That's tough. That's tough. And all in games that mattered. Now let's go to 2007. Spurs versus Cavs. So we look, 2 games came within 1 possession out of a 4-game series. You telling me Kobe Bryant, because that's what somebody said, on this Cavs team wouldn't been able to win. Let's go back, because like I said, I've had already done this research, so I got a couple points. 2006, guess what was a very similar comp to this finals appearance? Fucking D-Wade's championship. The year before. Going against a team with more depth, more vets, and D-Wade essentially had to carry. D-Wade did what he had to do. Was down 0-2 as well. Very similar comps. You're down 0-2. Say both games are down. You lost. 10-point games, which are competitive games, by the way. That doesn't show me that your team was incapable of competing, by the way. 10-point games, if y'all didn't know that. D-Wade lost 2 first games, cool. You go home, which D-Wade did, if I'm not mistaken. 2006, both games was on the road. You go home and win and never look back. LeBron literally had the blueprint the year before with D-Wade and came up short. Look at D-Wade numbers in Game 3, 42 points. Game 4, 36 points. Game 5, 43 points. Game 6, 36 fucking points. So when I see LeBron in 07 and y'all want to dismiss this championship like, oh, he never had a shot. Bullshit. It's a cape. It's a fucking cape. So once again, this could have been championship number 7, maybe 8. If he did the carry job that motherfucking D-Wade had did with a similar type team. Like, not around a bunch of guys that's just about to carry. Game 1, 4 for 16. You only lost by 10. You got 2 other dudes that scored double. You got 4 other dudes in double digits. You lost by 10. Nigga, if you would have scored 24 or more points, y'all would have been in the game. whatever. Kobe couldn't have done it, but D Wade, maybe D Wade could have. Maybe D Wade could have got a second championship. I'm being funny, but at the same time, game 2, 25 points, not bad. Shot 42% from the field. I'm not mad at that. Let's look at the other team. 10, 13, 15. My bad. I forgot to look at the Spurs over here. Let's just see the biggest difference. So you got 4 other guys in double digits over here. And then here you got the big 3 stepping up. 24, 27, 16. But outside of that, really nothing going on. So if we was to add up, that's 50 points right there pretty much. And then Ginobili gives another 66. So 66 points from the other team. And then you throw in Daniel Gibson 16, that's 26. You throw in, that's 40. Then Sasha Pakovic, that's 53. 53. So 53 versus 66. Almost a 17-point difference. If LeBron, like I said, would have scored 20, 35 points like D Wade was doing, might have had a better shot in this game. My bad. I start ranting. This nigga still talking about LeBron. We talking about Jordan. Nigga, did somebody not say 2007? Like, yeah, I said it. Bro. We're not just going to say shit. Braun was more efficient in 07. No, it wasn't that one. Somebody else said this shit. I know I ain't tripping, bro. Oh, this was the media being in media trying to turn him to the guy. He was not beating the Pop team that had those defensive players, what he had. Kobe would have got swept too with that Cavs team. Nigga, that's why we here. And let's just run through this again. LeBron, 25 points, whatever, that's cool. Then they dominated. No, let's not get it twisted. These are the games that matter right here. 3-point game. Let's see what LeBron had. 25 on 39% shooting. If he would have jumped into the D-Wade bag, it's arguable they would have won this game. Nobody. So they made defensive adjustments, which is amazing because no one even scored damn near over 15 points, which is a part of basketball. You can play defense too and lock niggas up and communicate and help guys out and backdoor and all that shit like that. So that was huge. The game ended up being 75-72. So now that you have it close, you got to step up in the moments. Let's look at the fourth quarter real quick. Let's see the fourth quarter. LeBron went 4 for 10. He stepped up. Let's just be real. That was nice. That's nice. 4 for 10, not bad. And then the second quarter, he went 2 for 5. But I ain't gonna lie, you gotta go a little bit harder. 4 for 10, 40%. It's not the greatest, but it ain't the worst. He got 4 free throws, so he was being somewhat aggressive. But 3-point game, if you get anywhere from 15 points to 20 points in that quarter, bro, it's over. And then game 4 is a 1-point game. Let's see what happened here. LeBron went 10 for 30, 33 points. So, like I said, I think Kobe arguably could have beat that team. All right. Now we're getting back into Jordan. Hey, where do you? Now we're getting into Jordan. That's how you call him. Like, bro, I don't think I can cut on. Let me see. Yo. I don't think he ain't gonna be able to hear me because I got my mic connected to. He's not gonna be able to hear me. I just thought about it. Oh wait, allow. Oh, there you go. Haha, I can. You can hear me? What the fuck? Yo. Think we're good. Don't be scared to get cooked, nigga.
Yo.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You can hear me?
Nigga, why are you still talking about LeBron, nigga?
I'm moving on, bitch. Moving on.
Please. Oh, Jesus Christ. You've been on that shit for an hour, nigga. God damn.
Yeah, you know I was right. That's one, bitch.
Yeah, it was about Jordan, nigga.
All right, nigga. I shared the screen, so you should be able to see what I'm looking at, too.
All right. For example, in the 1985 NBA playoffs, Larry Bird went 13-8 and made it to the NBA Finals before losing to the Lakers in 6 games. While Michael Jordan went 1-3 and was bounced out in the first round by the Milwaukee Bucks.
So what year was Bird drafted?
I'm not sure. I think 80 or I don't know. I know. Whatever. I think it was like the year after Magic or the year before Magic.
1978. So
yeah.
I mean, this year essentially was the year that they won the championship. So no duh, you beat Jordan and you're gonna have a better year. But you was like a year, so you was 78. You were a year 7 player on a team that's way more stacked than a guy that's in year 2. It's like that's not really an accomplishment to me.
Okay, but we're not gonna mention the fact that he still lost.
He lost to a team that was immensely more talented than him, though.
LeBron lost to a team that was immensely more talented.
What team was this?
The Spurs. If we're going in order,
it's arguable that they were immensely more talented. I just showed even the games that was played. It wasn't even those games were competitive.
They had better, like their bench depth in itself was just 10 times better than that squad. In the playoffs, we know how much that's important.
I just showed that 2017, and it really was just the big 3. And after game 3 and 4, when they went back to Cleveland, like it wasn't that big of a like that. The big 3 wasn't dominating like that. The game 1 and game 2, they both averaged. I mean, all 3 of them was like scoring 20 points. Game 3 and 4, they didn't.
So him losing doesn't matter.
I mean,
so Jordan losing to Bird doesn't matter.
In year 2,
what does that, nigga? LeBron, his first series brought the Pistons to 7 games, and he made the semis. Jordan couldn't even make it past the first round.
That Pistons team was not the Celtics team.
Huh? So defensively?
It's more than basketball than just defense, let's be real. But even defensively, I don't know about that. They were a good team. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying I don't think it's a big of a point to show me Larry Bird in year 8 being able to gentleman sweep Jordan. That was in year 2 I think that's almost a Mickey argument.
Even in 2010, that Celtics team you talking about is damn near 4 Hall of Famers on only Hall of Famer on that squad.
And I can,
unless you want to count like an 85-year-old, yes, but that's an old ass Shaq and LeBron.
I mean, I respect.
It's not like they got swept either.
I respect the point, but why do you think they were a favorite?
Because of the regular season, but when, yeah.
What about the regular season though? It wasn't that like they won 61 games. You don't win 61 games just carrying the team by yourself. Let's just be real.
How many games did the Celtics win?
Let's go back and look. Let's see.
Niggas acting like the Celtics weren't favorites either. Like Celtics were favorites too. That was 2010.
The Celtics wasn't a favorite in that series though.
Or was it? Are you talking about? Oh, yeah, that was 09, 2010.
All right, I'll pull it up. They were 50 and 32. There was 11 games worse.
Okay.
I mean, it says a lot to a degree.
There's a lot of people had them favored to win as well. It wasn't like they just made the finals. They won the finals prior. So I don't know why you're making it seem like the Cavs were the overwhelmingly favorite to win everying.
Bro, did you not listen to
when the
clip?
Celtics just won?
They said it was a upset. I'm just going off the context of what I put in.
Who said that?
Bro, listen to the clip. Let's go back.
Varejao. And
Let's listen to this whole thing.
And this is going to be as bitter an end to a season as you can possibly have. The year that
Are you talking about the Jordan? You talking about the '85 playoffs, or you talking what? Like,
can you not hear this?
No.
Let me see something real quick. How the fuck? Why you can't? You only can't see.
And again, we still talking about Jordan, by the way, but it is what it is.
I mean, you used it to bring
gotta make it about LeBron.
You used it to bring it up because you said.
I mean, I want you to like play the whole video so we get the full context of the point.
I got you.
We keep going back to LeBron. So
you went back to LeBron too, bro. Stop it.
Okay.
Let me see.
I'll stop going back to LeBron then.
Bro, why can't you hear? You can see what I'm playing, but you can't hear it.
No.
Why though? What the fuck, bro? Well, yeah, that's pretty much what they said, bro. I'm not lying. It's the clip that I posted, bro. They said this was a upset when the Cavs was projected to win the championship, bro. This is what the NBA media said in light of a Game 6 loss. 38% non-turnovers. Lost as the favorite. And I think that's a Vegas favorite. But, all right, we're moving on.
Okay.
In the 1988 NBA playoffs, Isaiah...
So you still can't hear this guy talking right now?
No, I can hear the video.
You just couldn't hear my Twitter?
Yeah, I couldn't hear the Twitter.
Thomas went 14-9 and made it to the NBA Finals before losing to the Lakers in 7 games. While Michael Jordan went 4-6 and lost in the second round to the Detroit Pistons. In the 1989 NBA playoffs, Magic Johnson went 11-4 and made it to the NBA Finals before losing to the Detroit Pistons in 4 games. While Michael Jordan went 9-8 and lost in the conference finals to the Detroit Pistons.
Okay, the reason I feel like this argument, Mickey, and I just move on, I wouldn't argue that this is Jordan's peak. When Jordan was in his peak, he beat all the teams and got all his get back. Like, let's just be real. Like, he beat the Pistons, he beat the Lakers, he beat the Celtics in the playoffs. So, I don't look at this as a conversation. Just like when Bird and Magic was beating them, and when even with the Pistons was beating Jordan, they were in their peaks. And Jordan wasn't. So it's like, all right, cool, but it's still kind of Mickey because once Jordan got to his peak, which was a couple years later after being, 4 or 5 years in the league, he started doing his thing.
Okay. So you're saying we shouldn't even talk about his losses because he wasn't in his peak? Is that what you're saying?
You could bring him up, but when you look at the teams he was losing to, what teams was he projected to be a favorite against? Like, none of them. Like, he wasn't projected to beat none of these teams. So is it like, how much are we criticizing him? Versus when LeBron lost outside of 07.
It should still be brought up.
You can bring it up, but
whether you're in your peak or not, it should still be brought up.
Okay, so when people bring it up,
because they do the same for LeBron.
When people bring it up,
I'm going to go back to LeBron, but they would.
I mean, it's just going to happen. When you talk about LeBron, people like to bring that up because let's talk about Jordan losses early because that's how we can kind of compare his Mavs loss to. Let's be real, it's a difference. It's a difference. That finals loss was a what would you call that? A choke job for LeBron. When Jordan was losing, no one was considering his losses to these teams choke jobs, because he wasn't even projected to beat them, and even then, he still was playing pretty goddamn good when he was losing to them teams. He just had underwhelming teams. Versus when people look at one of LeBron's worst blunders in his legacy, it was all due to him. His other teammates wasn't to blame. And I think that's why you could bring it up, but it's like at a certain point, it only matters so much, especially when you consider it being outside of his peak. Like, LeBron lost in his peak on a super team. That's the difference to me.
Okay.
In each of those instances, Larry Bird, Isaiah Thomas, and Magic Johnson all had better postseasons than Michael Jordan. But because their series loss occurred in the finals and not the first 3 rounds, they are penalized and viewed as lesser players, as if making the NBA Finals and losing is worse than being one and done. But the truth is, in order to win a championship,
if Jordan was one and done in his peak, that would have looked bad. It would have looked bad. Especially if you looked at his team and it was
the peak argument sounds like an excuse.
So LeBron has missed the playoffs with the Lakers.
No, I'm only talking about peak. I'm not talking about playoffs. The whole peak argument.
But I'm just saying, but you wouldn't bring that up because it's outside of LeBron peak, though. It's like, yeah,
using. It just sounds like an excuse.
What about
if we're saying he's the greatest ever? Like, we're just gonna skate past the first 6-7 years of his career because he wasn't at his peak, quote unquote, which arguably he actually was at his peak. His 5th, 6th, and 7th year, he was actually at his peak.
But
if you look at his numbers,
he got swept his first 3 years in when he was in the playoffs. So it wasn't like he was year 4 or 5 when he was losing in the first round. And when he lost to the Pistons, he was losing in the second round. LeBron lost in the second round before. LeBron lost in the third round before. What are we talking about?
But LeBron's very first playoff series, he made the second round, and it went to 7 games. It's not like he got swept.
Salute. So LeBron
so
had
it's more impressive, actually.
If you want to look at that as impressive, then great. I'm not arguing that. LeBron had certain accomplishments that were great for him. That was a great year. Going to the finals that early was great. But it also contributed to a certain level of lack of success, too. That's a loss in the finals in 2007. Let's just be real. The earlier years before that, like you said, year 2, whatever, when he went to the second round, salute. That's a part of something in his legacy. But at the same time, Jordan was averaging 35, 40 points when he was losing these series. Then you go into when he started being competitive, like it wasn't even a conversation.
That doesn't make sense because LeBron was putting up similar numbers on way more efficient splits.
And
made it further.
We looked at LeBron playoffs, and
I'm just going in order.
It's right here. Look, LeBron playoffs. Year 1, the first year he averaged. Not even the whole series. The first round he averaged 35 against the Wizards. The second round when he lost to the Pistons, he averaged 26.
You're only looking at points.
26, 8 and 6, 35, 7 and 5. You want to? We can pull up
Jordan. On what efficiency?
Let's see how efficient. 38% from the 3 and 51% from the field goal. So let's look up Jordan playoffs. What was I on? What is this? Land of Basketball. Yeah, I want to look at Land of Basketball. Let's compare head to head. So 29. So this is what I was trying to fucking find. So his first 3 years he lost in the first round. The first year, 29 points. The second year, 43. The third year, 35. Losing to one of the greatest teams of all time. Versus, let's go look at LeBron's.
On what shooting splits? Again, okay. I don't care about his points. I care about the actual efficiency.
Shooting 43% from the field.
How many turnovers?
His first year, his second year, he was shooting 50% from the field.
Okay, and what did he shoot from 3?
He didn't shoot 3. He didn't even shoot the 3. He only attempted. He attempted 2 threes a game his first year. In the second year, he damn near didn't even average 1 3 a game.
And how many turnovers a game?
Turnovers 4.7, 3.8, 2.7. And then we go look at LeBron, 5.7, 4.4 his first year. The second year, he had 1.8, 2.8, 3.2, 5.8. So, I mean, it's on average, it's close.
Okay, so it's pretty similar. So it's not like Jordan was by far played way better. It's pretty similar, correct?
Yeah.
Stat-wise. Okay, so if LeBron made
Not
it
points,
further.
Not points, though.
Okay.
Because assists, like 7 assists for, let's look. So 29, this is back to Jordan. 29, 5 and 8 his first year. 8 assists, by the way. His second year, 43, 6 and 5. His third year, 35, 7 and 6. So the assist is damn near
Which is why you think he played better.
You got disconnected, bro. What you said?
So would you say Jordan is more of like player?
Oh, you say it one more time. You said is he a what kind of player?
Like a scoring first type of player compared to LeBron, where it's just he gonna find the right play.
Arguably, Jordan did both. His first year, he averaged 30 points a game with 8 and 5, and being a two guard. Two guards don't never really average more than 5 or 6. Rebounds a game. So that's just like what you expect from a guy, and then you still getting max points, max assists from and rebounds from what you would expect from a two. So for his position, no, I don't. A point forward or a small forward, yeah, they usually do a little bit of both. They do big man shit and they do guard shit. And you could be a scoring guard or the point guard, but they do some type of the guard shit. Yeah. So for me, it's like LeBron was maxing out small forward position to a degree, and then same with Jordan. Jordan was maxing out the two guard and what you expect from the two guard. So, but even with the points, it gets kind of ridiculous. But let's move on to Jordan's fourth year when he loses to the Pistons. He beat the Cavs, averaging 45 points a game. And then he falls off and goes 27 points a game against the Pistons, which we know they was, falling like shit, but whatever. Fuck history. That nigga, let me see. What was his percentage? His field goal percentage.
Even that Cavs series, it's not like, they went back. That ended up, I think it was 3-2. So it's like they barely won that shit.
But I don't think Jordan had too great of a team, but whatever. But
the Cavs were a great team
in 07
that year.
In 07, I wouldn't say great.
No, I'm talking about the Bulls versus the Cavs in 86.
Oh no, I don't know. I wouldn't even lie to you. I don't know if they were.
So your argument is basically Jordan stayed the same, in terms of his individual performance. He always performed, even though they lost. Win or loss, he always performed well. That's your argument, basically, for saying that it shouldn't matter? So I think it should matter, actually. That means you're not a winning player.
No, I really just think the competition was immensely better than who he played against. Honestly. We looked at the 1985 Bucks team. They had a guy averaging 29, a guy averaging 26, another guy averaging 18. Jordan averaged 29, and the next guy averaged 20. After that, nobody was over 15.
So basically, he had no help.
Yeah. And he ran against.
And when he got Scotty, that's when he started to win, right?
To a degree, but he also did start to elevate his game. He started playing a little different.
How did he play different?
He focused on believing in his teams and shit like that more, his teammates and stuff like that more.
I think him having Scotty is the only reason why he was able to actually go over the hump, because defensively, yeah, he was solid. He's obviously a great defensive player, in terms of his career, but team-wise, he's never really had to do as much defensive work until he got Scottie Pippen to where he didn't need to play defense as much, even though he was a solid defensive player. And that led to more wins.
He was an amazing defensive player, one of the best defensive players of all time.
Yeah. So, but I'm still going to count all of those losses that he had before 91, because I would do the same for LeBron. It's only fair. So you do understand we're getting back into the 6-for-6 conversation, right? Yeah, you can play the video.
Because at the end of the day, you're going to count every time they didn't make a finals appearance. LeBron has 6 more in that conversation, if you're going to count.
Yo, Wi-Fi trash, nigga?
It might be. I don't know.
But yeah, I think it explains it a little bit further if you let the video play. I know you want to defend Jordan's honor, but
no, we keep going.
You have to get to the championship round, and it's always better to reach the finals and give yourself a chance than to not make the finals at all.
You cut out before it, because at the same time, okay, LeBron has 4 more appearances. So you're going to count 4 more appearances over 2 more rings? What would you value more? Would you rather get 2 more rings or have 4 more appearances? At this point. Because that's the argument. If you ask me, well, LeBron went to more appearances. He been there more times, so you got to count his second place times. You telling me you would rather think that coming in second place 4 more times is better than Jordan winning it actually 2 more times and just not showing up or the other times or whatever reason. Because it's been plenty of other times they didn't show up outside of that 6 rings and LeBron 10 rings. LeBron been in the league 20 years going on 21. So there's 10 years to account for that LeBron wasn't making the finals. So, I don't know. Versus what? Damn near half of Jordan's career he was in the finals. It's damn near the same. Almost. I think what Jordan played how many years? 13? I don't even know if he's still here. $15 seasons, so it's less than half. This shit tripping. You back? Let me start sharing my screen real quick. I ain't even see you respond, D-Frame. My damn phone was dead. I'm just getting back on this shit. Let me see. I'm gonna start another call. I don't know what the fuck going on. Pull up the conference final stats. The Piston series? Which Piston series? I don't know if you're still in the chat, D-Frame. You talking the Piston series with Jordan? Yo. He lost to the Bucks that year, not Bird. Yeah, his first year he lost to the Bucks, which had, but like I said, the Bucks had 2 or 3 guys. I'm trying to find it. Okay, you got it. Let me see. Bucks. Let me see. Jordan. Boy, do you hear me? I don't know what's going on. Actually, I don't want to look at stat news. Oh, we can look at stat news. They actually pulled it up. All right. So this is the Milwaukee team. But I want to actually look at Milwaukee, though. Basketball reference. Okay, here we go. Series stats. So look, you got Terry Cummings, which is one all-time point guard, 29.5, 9 and 2. Is it? I think he's a point guard, if I'm not mistaken. Sidney Moncrief, 26, 5 and 4. 4 and 4. Paul Presley, 14. Ricky Pierce, 10. And then you go here. You have Jordan with 29. You got Orlando Woolridge, which is a center, at 20. You got Quentin Daly at 15. And then you got another guy down here at 10. So I mean, when you just talk about scoring power, they had more scoring power outside of Jordan. But I would say, I mean, he won one game here, so he didn't get swept, but he did lose in the first round. So that's not the greatest, but like I said, I don't really be judging they early. I like to judge the peak because that's what mattered the most to me. When you wasn't in your peak, of course you was losing, and like that just makes sense. Like I don't hold that against people because early in your career, your expectation is to get better. Your expectation is to get early experience. Your expectation is to get early playoff experience and all type of different situations against defense and stuff like that. So when you get older, you're able to, like just like Tom Brady, know everything the defense is going to throw at you, everything an offense can throw at you, and you've seen it all, and you have an answer to everything. So that's the early career thing. So for me, I don't really be tripping on or loving to judge people when they're still in that phase. Once they get to, all right, you're a championship contender, that's when we start holding people to a different metric. And with LeBron, he so happened to start early, but everybody window is different. Magic won his first year, but you don't expect every other guy to win the championship their first year. That was just Magic legacy and how things played out. Vice versa with a guy like Jordan, when he went his peak, he went 6 for 6. When Kobe won hella early. Kobe won year 3 or 4. Not everyone's expected to win 3 or 4, but when you are in a championship window, you expect it to start to meet expectations. And the more you fall short to those expectations, that just have it. It's a reaction video, nigga. Shut up. Oh, he said let's move forward. We already looked at it. I mean, I already looked at these, but I'll just go to what D-Friend said and we'll go back to it. You said the Pistons. Where the fuck is the Pistons? So they beat the Cavs, and let's just see. He said, "Was this Cleveland Cavs team any good?" Defensive rating 5, offensive rating they was middle of the pack. Brad Daughtry, they had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys that averaged double digits. 3, 4 guys over 15 points a game. So I mean, they spread it out. They spread it out and kept the ball moving. It wasn't that they needed one guy to be dominant for their team, but it seemed like a decent team. They was 42-40, so they wasn't that great. But they went to game 6, and it's cool. I mean, it is what it is. I think he was talking about, I don't know what Pistons team he's talking about. I don't know if he's talking about the Pistons team versus the LeBron or the Pistons team versus fucking Jordan. Eastern Conference. 32 here. They lost game 2, so let's see what happened game 2. Isaiah with 33, Joe with 20, Jordan with 27, shooting 45% from the field. Horace Grant with 16, Scottie Pippen with only 12. You got Scottie Pippen, and yeah, that was the reason. Scottie was a good player, but he never was no superstar. Let's just be real. Meanwhile, Isaiah, Joe Dumars, and Vinny Johnson played pretty good, and we know their defense was crazy. The Pistons defense was crazy. They was called the Bad Boys for a reason. So it wasn't like you ain't have to worry about these niggas playing crazy defense as well. Like, yeah, they had some decent scores. So game 2, they won by 2 points, with Jordan scoring 46. Next guy scored 15. The next guy after that scored 12. This is the definition of not having help. Vinny scored 19. Mark McGuire scored 25. And Joe scored 12. He damn near outscored they top. He damn near outscored they top guys. That was 44 points, from the top two guys. He outscored the top two guys. And guess what Scottie Pippen was? Nowhere to be found. 43 minutes, went 2 for 10. 43 minutes, went 2 for 10. So, whatever. All right, they lost game 4. And this could have been probably ring number 6 or 7. I mean, obviously 7 for Jordan if he does win this. So this is a huge thing. So I do really want to go through this, honestly. Jordan played bad. Oh, shit. It happens. Now I remember people talking about this stuff. 5 for 15. Shot 12 free throws. So he stayed aggressive, but he wasn't playing great. Scottie actually stepped up. 18 points. Another guy with 16. Horace Grant with 12. Isaiah had 27. Joe had 15. Yeah, this was a winnable game, too. And Jordan didn't play great. So you got to hold that. I say that. They backdoor lose again. So losing twice back-to-back is not good, just like I said with LeBron in 07. Let me see. So let me go to Jordan, 18 points, 4 for 8. Didn't shoot a lot. And let's keep it in context, too. This team was fouling like fucking crazy. Remember that. This team used to foul like crazy. They literally would make him fucking – I'm looking at just the lack of shots. Like, niggas would literally throw him to the ground. And then you got Vinnie Johnson with 22, Mark McGraw with 19, Isaiah Thomas with 17. So that's tough. And that's the series, right? Oh, no. It goes to game. That's game 5. So, yeah, okay. All right. And then Isaiah with 33, Michael with 32, 500% from the field. 8 turnovers, though. That's tough. And you lost by 9. So that's a tough one. And, I mean, you could count this as his peak. So you want to say Jordan went 6 for 7? Came in 3rd place? I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at 6 for 7. It's still more efficient than 6 for 10. And it's still more, 4 of 10, and it's still more championships. But let's move on.
Hazelnut.
And that's the thing that's Mickey about this. 6 for 6, I don't really give a fuck that it's perfect. Nigga, he got more rings. It's like, that's the more rings is essentially a part of, I guess I'm being disingenuous. Because the 6 for 6 is what makes him technically the GOAT. Like, the fact that he went no game 6s essentially. But even with context, the damn near the Pistons was damn near cheating to beat him that year. If we go back and look at the history. So it's tough. Like, we want to grade them. Literally had to change the rules on because these niggas weren't even playing basketball. Outside of that, they might not have even beat him that year. So with context, I don't know. Do we look at that as him losing that year, like how LeBron lost to the Mavs? I don't know. I wouldn't, but to each his own.
Meat chocolate.
One of the most overlooked flaw when it comes to the Michael Jordan 6 for 6 argument is that it dismisses player health when it comes to the NBA Finals. Many players throughout the years have added finals losses to their record simply because of injury.
This is such a Mickey-ass argument. Nigga, health is a part of the game, nigga. You can't look at that and be like, oh my God, bro. Like, okay, give LeBron 1 year because of Kyrie getting fucking hurt. I still don't want to hear it, nigga. No one's completely healthy. Everyone's playing through injuries and shit like that, bro. Like, stop that shit, bro. Stop that shit. Because it goes both ways. Teams that, just like the Steph Curry year, when nigga every starting point guard he played against was hurt. I can't remember what fucking year that was, but every starting point guard he played against was hurt. Nigga, it's a part of the game. Just like, nigga, it's going to be series, nigga, where you playing hurt and have to grind it out and beat teams. Nigga, it evens itself out. And it's a part of being a championship contender. You have to deal with it. And everyone knows that going into the regular season. Like, that's common sense. Like, if you're a championship team, you got to have the depth to be able to withstand it. And that is what it is. You're going to have to next man up. You got to have the character. You got to have the leadership and all those other different things. So that's just a part of it. But when you start to meet the criteria of championship contender, nigga, injuries, like, is not an excuse. Honestly, it's not. Unless you got a nigga out for the season. Like, for a nigga whole career, oh yeah, the injuries here, injuries there. No, bro. Even with Kevin Durant, like, I've said it plenty of times with OKC, niggas was getting hurt. But it's other years, niggas are healthy. And you got plenty of opportunity to win and get to where the end goal. So it's just, I hate that argument, bro. Everyone has to deal with injuries like 24/7, bro.
And although they are a part of the game, they do give great context when examining a player's finals record. Take, for example, Isaiah Thomas, who won 2 of the 3 championships he's played in. His one and only NBA Finals loss came in the 1988 NBA Finals versus the Lakers after he sprained his ankle in Game 6, which caused him to be limited in Game 7, playing in only 28 minutes for a total of 10 points.
It's tough, bro, but that's a part of the game, bro. And I don't think that's the thing. No one's going to hold it against Isaiah Thomas that he only got 2 out of 3 because people will still look at it like he made it but he got hurt. So that's cool. You give him a respect. But that's not what happened when LeBron lost to the Mavs. That's not what happened when you lose 4-1 and get swept to lose 4-1 to the Spurs and also get swept by the Spurs. That's not what happened. It wasn't a late injury that kept you out of the series.
Or how about Bill Russell, who won 11 of the 12 championships he's played in, with his only NBA Finals loss coming in the 1958 NBA Finals after he sprained his ankle in Game 3, which caused him to miss Games 4 and 5 and ultimately lose the series in Game 6. After that loss, Bill Russell would go on to win 9 out of the next 10 NBA championships, which included 8 straight from 1959 to 1966. Bill Russell's 13-year career is still to this day the greatest championship run in NBA history by any player.
It's a great run, but guess what? People don't look at Bill Russell dominance, like on-court dominance. He had a great team. He was literally only so many teams even in the league, so that's the whole thing. Like, it's so much. How many, bro? Bill Russell, matter of fact, he just had it up on the screen. How many teams were in the NBA in 1959? Fuck, what was I just typing? I fucking suck. $11 fucking teams. Let's look at
Bill Russell's
1966. The NBA now at 10 fucking teams. Yes, he went on AP, but the Celtics were historically stacked for a 11 fucking team. This is common sense if you know fucking history. That's why, like, I respect Bill Russell, but it's only a certain level of respect you can give him because he wasn't just killing shit like fucking Wilt Chamberlain was. Wilt Chamberlain was putting up dominant fucking numbers and statistics. Meanwhile, Bill Russell will be averaging 18 points on his team and getting championships. Let's just be fucking real. Like, he was the best player on his team and he was a good leader, but at the same time, nigga, you was on one of the greatest fucking organizations at that time, and there was only 11 other organizations. There's only so much respect to give that shit. So when you talk about take that nigga up out of here, the only other person you got is Kareem. And Kareem was on fucking super teams. Jordan wasn't. Nigga, let's just be real. It was Kareem, Magic, James Worthy, nigga, and 3 other niggas at any given time on that Lakers teams. Versus LeBron, I mean, with Jordan, it was him and Scottie Pippen, which is a good co-star, but nigga, Scottie Pippen was never considered some dominant dude. Never considered one of the greatest players or best players in his era. Like, as far as any year, you would never consider him even a top 5 player. Scottie Pippen was probably never even considered a top 10 player in certain years. Let's just be real. So, like I said, these conversations, to bring this up, Bill Russell is Mickey as fuck.
13-year career is still to this day the greatest championship run in NBA history by any player.
Not with context.
In spite of that, many will minimize Bill Russell's achievements not only because of his imperfect finals record, but also because of the Hall of Fame talent that he played with. Which brings us to our final point.
Hall of Fame talent he played with when they were the only Hall of Famers in the league. The other best players in the ABA. Like, I love this quote. Talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence wins championships. That's a fact. And that's what Jordan thrived on. That's what Kobe thrived on. It wasn't beating niggas with talent. It was beating niggas with IQ and killing niggas with that.
But the biggest flaw with the Michael Jordan 6-for-6 argument is that it dismisses basketball as a team game and rewards one individual for what really is a team accomplishment.
This is such Mickey shit.
For example, All-Star point guard B.J. Armstrong is 3-0 in the finals, while Gary Payton is 1-2.
Let's just compare random niggas. This argument is the equation of why Robert Horry ain't considered a top 5 player of all time. We know why. Nigga, is you a bus driver or is you driving a bus or you riding? Let's just be real. Let's just be real. And 9 times out of 10, it's only one driver. It's situations where it's couple drivers, like the Lakers team with Magic and Kareem, and you could argue even Shaq and Kobe, because when you take points and assists that Kobe used to get, his offensive production was matching Shaq's a lot of fucking games and series. So I could argue sometimes there was 2 bus drivers, but B.J. Armstrong was never a bus driver. Gary Payton wasn't even a bus driver in his championship. But I still respect him being a bus driver in those other 2 appearances, if I'm not mistaken. I know at least one of those appearances he was a bus driver with him and Sean Kemp. It was arguable, but that's one of them ones where they both was leaders, especially with the defense of Gary Payton. Even look at the points. 9 points a game versus 16. That's a clear difference in production and what you mean to a team and being who's a more valuable player. Clearly Gary Payton. BJ just was a product of success. So BJ being 3-0 is not the same as Jordan being 6-0. Get the fuck out of here.
However, B.J. Armstrong is never talked about as a better player because common sense says that although he had a role in winning those championships, he was also a
9 fucking all-stars, 9 all-defense. Like, why would you even mention that? If you was to put a nigga up there, you probably should have put Scottie Pippen. And then you would get Scottie being better than Gary Payton. I'll give you that Scottie's better than Gary. Yeah, I don't know. Peak for peak, I don't know. It's probably close. It just depends. One's a point guard, one's a small forward. So, but they do very similar shit. Gives you a couple baskets and play great defense. So it's tough.
Part of great teams. And the same can also be said of Robert Horry, who is 7-0 in the finals, but has never been considered a better player.
7 points a game, 2 assists, 5 rebounds. Why would you even bring this up? Yes, he has a great legacy of being a clutch player. He will rank in a different category. Robert Horry would be one of the greatest role players of all time. Essentially, one of the greatest role players of all time. When you throw Jason Terry out there, Lamar Odom, Chris Bosh, but not even Chris Bosh, not a role player. I'm thinking of role players for real. There's plenty of niggas out there, though. There's plenty of niggas out there. He would be in that category. One of top 20, top 30 greatest role players of all time. Post Malone, Karl Malone. Post Malone actually could be used because whatever. Karl Malone would be considered one of the greatest players of all time that just came up short. But the fact that he got the 3 championships still rank him a lot higher than maybe a Charles Barkley, because you rank them in bus drivers. He's one of the best bus drivers of all time. Karl Malone is. He's a top 30 guy when you talk about bus drivers. If you was to do a maybe top 40, if you was to do an NBA draft, all players all time, Karl Malone would be a guy most guys would pick to be their first option. Maybe battle for the first option, and at worst be a second option. That's just a fact. Robert Horry would never be considered. Robert Horry would be late draft picks. Let's just be real. So that's a huge difference.
Than Karl Malone, who is 0-3 in the finals. What many must realize about Michael Jordan's perfect finals record is that it was only possible through an organizational and team effort. Michael Jordan throughout the years has never won a single ring by himself.
No shit, but he helped propel his team to a level that they've never been before and never seen since. Certain guys, you can argue they are product of success. Jordan was the machine. That's just the clear difference. Obviously, Scottie Pippen was a good role player, a good co-star. Rodney Pippen was a good X factor. I said Rodney Pippen. I've been drinking, guys. Long day at the job, head ass. I'm joking. But what's the guy name? I said Pippen. What's the fucking power forward? Rodman. Dennis Rodman. So yeah, he's a good X factor. Steve Kerr, role player. They're cool and shit like that. So, but at the end of the day, it's just like a C.J. Stroud or a Daniels on the Redskins that can come to a squad and it completely change the dynamic and trajectory of a team. Obviously LeBron, obviously Tom Brady, obviously Peyton Manning, obviously so like D Wade, Shaq, like it's so many niggas like that. So that's why you consider them a bus driver. Like obviously you need coaching and shit like that, but in basketball, it's only 5 guys on the court, and let's just get down to the science of it. You play offense and defense, and guys like Jordan, Kobe, LeBron, they can go 1v3 as far as dominating and dictating what 3 niggas got to do on the court on defense at all times. So who could do that more consistently is a huge thing to me, because that's what led to them being more successful. So yeah, you got dudes on your team and shit like that, but the greater you are, the less you need them to be great, because you already make guys better in a sense, if you catching my drift. Tom Brady with Randy Moss, yeah, he won a ring, but he also won a ring with guys that was nowhere near the talent level. Like niggas like David Givens and shit like that. Like, let's just be real. Better. Like, I remember, it was a white boy Peyton Manning had. That nigga made that nigga look like motherfucking a young Reggie Wayne at one point. I forget the white boy name before he got hurt. Collar or something like that. Like, you make dudes look better than what they are. So, that's why you give them that so much praise because their impact on a 5-man game. Them niggas damn near at certain possessions can go 1v5. Niggas like Shaq, niggas like Jokic, niggas like Jordan, where it's like, nigga, 5 niggas checked him in that one possession and he still scored. 5 niggas faced him. He pick and roll, broke that dude down. Nigga, like I'm just saying, it's ways that happens where you abuse. It happens all the time. So that's just how I kind of view and look at certain shit. Like, Jordan clearly should get love. LeBron should get love. They're one of the greatest bus drivers of all time. Top 5, arguably. So for me, I'm not hating on LeBron. I think LeBron's great, but we got to nitpick when we talk about LeBron, Jordan, Kobe, and honestly, I think niggas should throw Tim Duncan in there. But hey, hate on me if you want. I'm just a casual.
It was John Paxson who hit the game-winning shot in Game 6 of the 93 NBA Finals versus the Suns, and it was Horace Grant's game-saving block that secured the championship. It was Dennis.
It was Ray Allen 3. It was Kyrie 3. It's a part of the game. You know that if you ever read the Atomic Habits, I think even Phil Jackson might have said it. The scoreboard is going to take care of itself based on how good your team is. If you have a player dominating most of the game in certain possessions where the key possessions are pivotal moments in games, yes, they're going to be your teammates that help you, that do that. That's a part of the basketball. But it all plays off the dynamic of the leader and how good he is at drawing off defensive help where you're not being targeted and you're able to get better looks, where he's actually kicking it to you in the right moments where he know you like to get the ball and shit like that. Those things are huge. So, yes, key guys hit points for Jordan, LeBron, Kobe. Nigga, Derek Fisher was hitting threes. Paul Gasol was making shots. But at the end of the day, nigga, you know who got them there. This is such a Mickey argument.
The Suns, and it was Horace Grant's game-saving block that secured the championship.
Horace Grant would have never been in that motherfucking position without Jordan. Point blank.
Championship. It was Dennis Rodman's offensive rebounds versus the Sonics in the 96 NBA.
And Jordan put his guys in positions to win more championships than a lot of other guys. Let's just keep it simple. Jordan was so great. His other guys, when they stepped up, helped them win championships. It's that simple. But they end up being able to get that opportunity through Jordan. Like, I don't see how it's like how niggas can hate on it.
NBA Finals that ultimately proved to be the difference. And it was Steve Kerr who hit the game-winning shot in Game 6.
Who gave the game-winning assist off drawing a double team. Basketball is a team game, and I manipulated the other team to get you open. What is? Hey man, what do I cook this nigga? I don't know.
Of the 97 NBA Finals versus the Jazz, and Scottie Pippen's deflection and steal that secured the championship. All of this executed under Phil Jackson and Tex Winter's system. Despite all of that, Jordan's record is still viewed as the gold standard of perfection when it comes to the NBA Finals.
Because people actually was there to watch it. You can actually go back and examine history. That's it, man. Like, yes, he was 6'6", bro, but if you were able to see and feel or understand how crazy going 3 for 3 is, you went 3 straight, backdoor, another 3 straight. The nigga also retired, and niggas don't even think about that. Like, if he didn't retire, what would have happened then? Regardless, being able to win back-to-back-to-back 2 different times against a variety of great opponents. It was a certain level of amazement that hasn't been recreated. Sorry to say, that nigga helped create LeBron. That nigga helped create Kobe. That nigga helped create damn near 60% or more of the league. At a certain point, I don't understand what the argument is. Like, yes, he went 6 for 6, but the impact, the level of dominance, the level of nigga just watching a guy play. Oh my God, like, what are we saying? What are we saying? Like, I don't know what the fuck I did. I really just want to look at TikToks. I feel like it's a cheat code.
People always debated, who's the greatest player of all time? Dumb question. It should be, who's the greatest team of all time? You know, there are so many teams to choose from. The 91 Chicago Bulls, sorry Showtime. The 92 Bulls,
let me know when
back to back.
Space up too.
93 Bulls, first three-peat. 97 Bulls, even with the flu. 98 Bulls, no push-off. And my favorite, the 96 Chicago Bulls. 72 wins. Tough to beat that.
Who is the greatest basketball player?
The story concerning Michael Jordan's physical.
Once again, just like we said, he brought up health. There's plenty of games where you wasn't healthy as a player and you got to overcome the odds. Just like times where other teams had to try to do the same thing and it hampers them. But it's a part of the game. You're going to be on both sides of the fence throughout your NBA career. That's just a part of the NBA. That's just a part about sports grinding in general. It's no different in any sport. Boxing, track, regardless. Like, it's a part of the game. Like, supposedly Pacquiao was somewhat hurt versus Mayweather. Nigga, at the end of the day, you got to get out there and try to figure it out because at the end of the day, most people are never 100% healthy going through certain processes to grind to get to the ultimate goal. That's just how it is.
Conditions. He is suffering from flu-like symptoms. Jordan to the crossover. Yes. Not bad for a guy playing with flu symptoms. And Jordan puts moves on Hornacek. Michael Jordan is back, putting the move on Chris Mars.
Nigga had a player on the team going to Vegas mid-playoffs. Like, niggas had to deal with shit as well, and they still figured it out. It wasn't like everything was just peachy. Nobody ever just wasn't hurt on the Bulls, or no one never was a character problem or anything like that. Nigga, the Bulls had to deal with that. Media was antagonizing them. They had upper management problems and shit like that too, and they still was able to overcome it because that's just a part of shit that you deal with as being great, bro. Nothing's gonna ever be 100% peaches. Like, that just is what it is.
Michael Jordan, and then the total exhaustion on the bench.
And the steal by Jordan. Putting behind the back on Russell. He turned it around and fed it to Pippen. Tipped home by Jordan. What a play by Michael Jordan. 10 on the shot clock. Pippen backing Hornacek. Here's Jordan. Yes! Michael Jordan from straight away. A courageous, classic performance by the Flu.
Anthony Edwards' daddy crazy, man. Best of all time, clearly. I'm just trying to see, man. The greatest season.
Phil calls timeout. It was less than a minute to play. We're down 3.
This is a big 20-second timeout for Chicago.
Michael Jordan, at this advanced stage of his career, he has to play extra minutes in a grueling series.
Now the Bulls would like to get 2-for-1 possession here.
And that last sequence is one of the greatest sequences you'll ever see in any sport.
Michael working on Russell.
when he made a layup and he went back down, and I knew they were going to run the pattern and play through Karl Malone. And Karl just totally forgot that I was on the weak side.
IQ. Like I said, they was high IQ, bro. Like, I love to say, I love to give it to LeBron. Bro, Jordan and Kobe was high IQ as well on offense and defense.
And Dennis and Malone have been fighting all game.
Michael never clears, so Malone doesn't see him. He comes from the blind side and strips him. Malone is doubled. They swat out. 17 seconds from game 7.
What's going through your head when you're coming back up the floor?
Get the hell out of the way, only thing I was thinking.
He is not going to pass this fucking ball. This is his turn.
Jordan open. Chicago with the lead.
I don't know, man. I guess I'm stalling to Orlando.
On a level of skill level like him, all Jordan's competition in that era did not even have the physical tools to keep up with him. So he was basically a Bugatti, and everybody else was a Honda, Civic. All the shooting guards were 6'4". But where they didn't have no jumping ability, so who he went against, he's saying they wasn't talented, meaning they wasn't athletic to.
All right, let's see. Let me see if I can find somebody to explain why Jordan is the GOAT.
Oh no! That
We vibing.
Sorry to ruin your groove. Isn't that?
We chilling, we vibing. Let's see what some of these people got to say. It's Jimmy High Rollers. Who Sammy had, I don't know, seven over 100K views. This guy got about 5 million, so this would be interesting to see. Clearly, it was polarizing.
For the Lakers. LeBron! Look out below! Oh my Lord!
It's never gonna end, is it? LeBron's reign over the NBA. I've just come to the conclusion that LeBron has hacked into the Matrix and has transcended aging. LeBron is in his 19th NBA season and is somehow still one of the best players on the planet. This isn't supposed to happen. 99% of NBA players peak in their mid to late 20s and then slowly regress as they age, eventually becoming a liability to their team and inevitably sailing off into the sunset, washed up and content with their achievements. But not LeBron. The man is fighting his age like he's got a grudge on time itself. And the more he piles up on these mind-bending feats, the more we must ask ourselves the question. And I really hate to do this, but is LeBron the greatest basketball player of all time? And if he isn't, what would he need to do to truly, once and for all, be the GOAT?
I'll just be fair. I don't think there's anything you can do at this point to change it. I mean, if he won another 2 championships averaging like 22 points or more, that'd be fucking impressive. I'll tell you that. If he can able to get to 6 rings, I still wouldn't think he's as dominant because it's even, like I said, I'm not all about the rings. That's a part of it. I still think fundamentally Michael Jordan was a better basketball player than LeBron. Yes, LeBron does have good passing. Jordan passing was pretty good too. Like, let's just be real. And then when you talk about scoring ability, there's no question that Jordan was way more consistent from many different levels. Like, it goes way deeper to me than just the amount of rings, for sure.
About 5 years ago, I uploaded my first basketball-related video onto this channel. The title of that video is LeBron the GOAT. You can still watch this video today, but since it's an absolute dog water of a production, I highly recommend you steer clear of it. To summarize the video, I gave 10 reasons why LeBron would retire as the GOAT. Fast forward 5 years and thousands of hours of watching games, collecting data, and gathering context in this sport that we love. I've since changed my ways and realized that Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time. But my original assessment from 5 years ago hasn't completely changed. Because I never said LeBron was the GOAT at the time, I just gave 10 reasons why LeBron would retire as the GOAT. But ever since I dropped that video, I've pretty much avoided the GOAT conversation altogether. I've put a spin on the idea of the greatest players in certain aspects of the game. I've talked about the greatest scorers, I've ranked players using purely numbers, but I've never really broken down who the First, let's just take a look at the basic numbers. Between Michael and LeBron, LeBron has more career points, rebounds, assists, blocks, more triple-doubles, higher field goal percentage, and a higher three-point percentage. And Michael has more steals and a higher free throw percentage.
And higher points per game. And what else would I say he has? I think he has more steals per game. Well, he already went in more steals. I'm not sure if he has more blocks per game. 0.8. Yeah, that's not that great. I thought it was higher. .7. He wins, bitch. I'm joking. But yeah, no. Overall, statistically, as far as the accumulation of career stats, he's up there. But when you talk about per game stats, per season stats, like shit that Jordan was doing, LeBron has never touched.
This whole argument, the career totals argument, is only useful in demonstrating LeBron's longevity and sustained excellence. These numbers don't prove that LeBron's a better scorer, or rebounder, or defender, or shooter than Jordan. They just prove that LeBron's been good at these things for a very, very long time. These numbers also show just how versatile LeBron is, possibly his most valuable asset. So instead of looking at career totals, let's look at career averages. Michael averages more points and more steals, and LeBron averages more assists and more rebounds. And as much as it pains me to say,
and this is the thing, let's just add this up. I like math sometimes. 30 plus, I had some other shit up there. 30 plus 6 plus 5, right? That's 41. That's offense alone. Actually, let's do 2, and we'll round up the 1. So overall, that's 41 points. And as far as Jordan, 44 points. 27 plus 7 plus 7. I actually give him another 1. I'll round up on the rebounds per game. Steals per game, I'll round up. Wait, what the fuck? I fucked up. I was adding Jordan shit too. 7, 8, 7, 2, 1. So it's 45 to 41, and I rounded up twice. So when it comes to actual production, it's damn near even. Now you'll have to ask, because like I said, it's going to be nitpicking. Per games and per big moments, what were they able to accomplish? Were they able to keep their peak consistency? Because that more times than not, like I said, if LeBron was able to perform at average in 07, like he's just average, like if he was able to score 28, 30 points a game like he was doing in the regular season in certain series in that 07 run, he might have had a better chance not getting swept, or might possibly even have won that series. But he fell from his average level of production, or whatever or at least I guess it's called the average. Yeah, 27 points per game is the average. So it's no different with Jordan. So Jordan was at 44 points average of the production that we see in at basic stats. LeBron was at 45. But Jordan was able to keep his 44 basic stat a lot more consistently in big moments. That's why he ended up winning championships. It wasn't because he didn't have good competition. It wasn't because he got carried by Scottie Pippen or Steve Kerr or Dennis Rodman or who the fuck you want to name that was never even be considered a top 50 player for real. Maybe Scottie Pippen might ease into the top 50, but top 40, I don't know. But regardless, he was a good co-star. Because he did the dirty work and all that other shit. He had his value outside of statistics. I'll give him that. But yeah, that's the biggest argument. Like, you want to say LeBron is a great rebounder, a great assist guy. One plays small forward, one plays shooting guard. A shooting guard getting 6 assists and 5 rebounds. 6 rebounds and 5 assists ain't nothing to snuff at. Especially for a guy that's still giving you 30 points a game. Like, you essentially only getting 1 to 2 less rebounds than LeBron, which is a guy that's damn near 2-3 inches taller than you and way more like bigger than you as far as like physique and being in the paint. And position wise, he's closer to the paint. Like as far as being a 3, you would expect him to be in the paint a lot more than a 2. But Jordan is right there. Assist wise, LeBron, and that's the thing too. Let's look at what's that fucking statistic called? What's the ball dominant statistic? Ball dominant. I'm a little lit. Statistic. Trying to think. Usage rate. Yes, sir. LeBron career usage rate. 31.5. I don't even know if Jordan would have one. Oh, fuck. 33. So Jordan technically was higher. I just feel like I could be wrong, and it's just in a feeling. So statistics don't back me on this feeling, and I acknowledge that. I feel like how LeBron handles the ball was more predicated to maybe getting more assists based on being a pick and roll guy, based on being damn near the point guard. Jordan was never really considered the point guard of the team. He wasn't necessarily just bringing the ball up the court as much as LeBron did. And so it's like they have the same usage rate because when Jordan, he does obviously have a high amount of touches. So there's no argument in that. Even with those touches, he's able to get assists. But I feel like LeBron's way of how he holds the ball is more similar to like a Chris Paul. And then like Jordan is more closer to like a Steph Curry. And the fact that their assists are only a 1 to 2 point difference is like it's like something that should be acknowledged for a guy that y'all consider a ball hog, essentially, is what y'all try to lean on. A guy that don't pass it or something, but nigga, damn near 5 to 6 assists is pretty goddamn good. Or rebounds I was looking at, and then assists is only like a 2 point difference, which is not that different, like I said, when you go to the idea. And then same with the 3-point percentage. Yeah, I love to shit on the guy wasn't a 3-point shooter, but he wasn't even in a 3-point era, and he was only a 2% different from a guy that was. Like, I don't know. That's huge to me.
Say this is usually where the argument for the GOAT ends for most people. Throw in a required comment about their finals records, and you pretty much have a condensed version of most GOAT debates. But there is so much more to unpack here. So let's unpack it.
Switching tax services can be a drag and drop. At H&R Block, switching to us couldn't be quicker. Feature. Whether you're switching from TurboTax or a different service.
By just watching them play. So y'all know how much I like advanced stats. They don't tell the full story, but if you know which ones to look for, you can discover some nuances in a player's game that you won't get by just watching them play. Player efficiency rating, win shares per 48, offensive box plus minus, defensive box plus minus, value over replacement, and true shooting percentage. These 6 advanced stats give us efficiency, production, value, impact, and pretty much everything in between. And in these 6 advanced statistics, Michael Jordan exceeds LeBron in 5 of them. He's more efficient overall.
Didn't I just say this? Without needing all of that? 44 basic stats versus 45 basic stats. When we just being simple with it, Jordan was able to keep that peak performance in high situations higher than LeBron. I think Kobe was able in big moments to go over his average. because y'all say Kobe wasn't efficient or whatever like that, but I think in big moments, Kobe stepped up and did what people never expected him to do in huge moments, if you ask me. So when you go to advanced stats, PER, it's a good conversation. So I want to look up. Let's just throw Kobe in here too, because you know y'all say I ride for Kobe. PER, Kobe career. Let's do this. Career PER. Let's spell that right. PER Kobe. What? Did I do that right? Player efficiency rating. Where is Kobe? Kobe's not even on the list. Am I high? Kobe's not even on the list. Niggas gonna kill me for that. I don't see Kobe. I'm squinting hard as shit. I don't see. Oh, 29. 29 and 30. At 22 and 23. And I said that, bro. I be saying things and I just kind of be just like, it be just how I watch shit, bro. I just be seeing shit. I said, I think he goes above in key moments. Jordan, you can argue, says he stays at his peak performance from the regular season to the finals, and that just becomes enough to overcome certain teams. LeBron, in certain moments, he falls short of what his average is. Kobe, he had an average of being a little under LeBron and Jordan. But when it came to big moments and key situations, he stepped up and went above. If you ask me, I wonder if I can look up Kobe's career playoff PER. Let's actually type it. Player efficiency. I'm like, why is it putting a K in there? That shit fucking me up. I ain't gonna lie, I am lit. Do not judge me on my spelling, because I can't spell when I'm normal. Regular season and playoff. Okay. 22.5. So it's not too much of a difference. Maybe it's still not against my argument because I say key moments and that's overall, but you never know. Let's look up Kobe WS. What that should say? 48. $17.42. I don't think that's the same. I don't know. It might be the same thing. I'll do one more. Let's do VORP. Kobe's career VORP. Bitch, why you ain't highlighting Kobe, man? Y'all disrespectful. Making me look hard for this shit. LeBron's the best. Oh, wait. This not at the same rate. I don't know what this rate is. I'm moving on. It's not popping up.
He contributes to more wins. He contributes to more points. He's better on defense, and he is generally more valuable on the court than LeBron is. The only advanced stat where LeBron tops Jordan is true shooting percentage. Now, in terms of who's a better basketball player,
and even now, when he take easier shots than Jordan, like, and that's fine, but Jordan make tough shots and take tough shots just based on how defense play him. And he's willing to take those shots, to be honest. And only at a 2% less difference is honestly spectacular. When you consider how much more mid-range shots that he's taking. Like, this was a huge stat for me. LeBron field goal percentage from distance. Let's see. Okay, here it goes. So this is not the career though. What the fuck? Damn, man. I seen that shit on Twitter. It was very similar to this statistics where it was very high field goal from the 2-point, from 0 to 3 feet. It was around 43, and after that, it kind of fell off. I'm gonna see if I can find it. And that's kind of what I'm saying. Like when I say Jordan consistently was taking more mid-range and was having a very high percentage versus LeBron, his highest percentage field goal is pretty much carried by him taking very close shots to the basket. When it goes to the baskets outside of that, he's really not that great of a scorer. So like that true scorer just is a little flawed of a metric when you consider like the type of shots that they're actually taking. I keep coming back to this. I was looking for something. Oh, here. This I was looking for. Shooting. Here we go. I found it. Yes, sir. So career 22. So 76% from 2-point. From 0 to 3, 35%. From 3 to 10, 13%. From 10 to 16, 9%. From 16 to 3-pointer, 18%. From 3-pointer, 2.3%. So from 0 to 3, here we go right here. This is, I'm about to say, that's not making sense for me. 0 to 3 by distance. Oh, that was attempts. Field goals attempts by distance. This is field goal percentage by distance. Sorry about that. Where we at? 2 points. So 55. And then from, yeah. 2, I'm sorry. Let's do it again. From 2 points overall total, he's 55. From the 0 to 3 feet, he's 74. From 3 to 10 feet, he's 43. This is around the paint to somewhat mid-range, so that's not horrible. From 10 to 16, that starts to be a medium mid-range shot. From 16 to 3 feet, three-pointer, that's a deep mid-range shot to a three-pointer. And he's subpar on pretty much the last two, and he's average on the 3 from 10. Let's see, in Cleveland, is there anything that stands out? What was some of his best years? In Miami, this was his best year. He was above 40% on all of them. Then these is the average of all his Cleveland years, so that's a little difference to go off of. Oh, and I did that wrong. I was looking at Cleveland. I don't think I was looking at the overall. From 0 to 3, 74. From 3 to 10, 43. Yeah. So it's pretty much the same. From 3 to 10, he was above average. Outside of that, he was below average. All right, so now let's look at Jordan's. All right. Let me see. We was at shooting, right? Field goal by distance. All right, so they're all looped into Cleveland. So let's look up. Wait, why is it only 4 years? And it's really his last years of his career. Yeah, they don't even have all the Jordan years, so it's going to be hard to go against. Let's just look at that guy. They got 46 from three. Oh, from three, he's 59. So even with that one, from 0 to 3 feet, he's better than Jordan. I mean, he's better than LeBron. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Wrong as shit. I'm wrong as shit. Oh, no, career. Yeah, I'm wrong as shit. My bad. And then you go to, and I mean, we're only going off the later years of his career. From 3 to 10, he's 37. LeBron, from 3 to 10, was 43. And then you go 10 to 16, he's 44, 45. And those are the medium mid-range to deep mid-range. And then he pretty much clears them at that point. Almost a 6 to 7 point difference. I'll look at Kobe's real quick. Let's see. We'll move on and let the guy keep talking. Just interesting to pull up Kobe shooting stats. I'm a casual, but I do research. That's crazy. From 0 to 3, he's better than Kobe. I mean, he's better than Jordan at 63. So that's pretty fucking amazing. From 3 to 10. Damn it, I took it down. All right, let me see. From 3 to 10, he's 39, and Kobe's is 43. So Kobe clears him from 3 to 10, and honestly, Kobe is very impressive from 0 to 3, and that's the thing a lot of people ain't giving Kobe credit for. Then you go from, this is career stats, by the way, 10 to 16, he's right there with Jordan at 40.43. Meanwhile, LeBron's at career-wise 10 to 16 is at 37. And so Kobe's career statistics are at 43. Meanwhile, LeBron peaks at 43. LeBron best peak from 10 to 16 is barely getting to what Kobe averaged. If we go to some of Kobe's highest performances from this 2010, 51 championship year, if I'm not mistaken, 2008, 2009, 44, 2010, 48, 51, 40 went down, 47, 50, and you come up here, 2005, 2006. This is when 2005, 2006. This is when the team was kind of mid, but shit, he still was productive, honestly. This was one of his lowest ones, but everything after that, he was above 45. Like, that's hella impressive. And let's go back to LeBron's 10 to 16. Barely was cracking 400. I mean, 40s until he got into his prime. Meanwhile, what the fuck? Go back to Kobe's. Where were we? Oh, right here. It took him a while to crack it too, but once he cracked it, he was a little consistent, a little more consistent, especially once he got into his second prime. All right. And then one last thing, we'll look at Kobe's last two from distance. By distance career from 16 to 39 was also 40 as well. So there's still gapping LeBron on where I think things count the most. Those mid-range and tough, like deep mid-range shots, it has its value because sometimes you don't want to take the three and settle, and you try to get a drive and step back or take a mid-range shot when you see how the defense collapse when you try to drive to the paint, where the mid-range has to be the shot you take. LeBron, instead, he either going to kick it to someone that's less dominant than him in certain moments where they might actually need LeBron to make the play instead of somebody else, or he try to keep driving to the paint. And that was his problem for most of his career, honestly. Unless he was being, a good shooter, because sometimes he's a streaky scorer, so sometimes he was actually proficient. But outside of those, like, he had a lot of different struggles against good defensive teams that stayed principled.
Nearly every metric points to Michael Jordan. But really take a look at these numbers, and it's actually uncanny just how close LeBron is to MJ across the board. Just a fraction behind Jordan in pretty much everything. But these numbers aren't even addressing who's greater, because that conversation would involve accolades and accomplishments and impact on the game. Take away the rings, the influence, the intangibles, the opinions, and it's virtually objectively true that Michael was a better basketball.
So, basic stat-wise, I said LeBron was only 1 point better. Even though we were talking about consistency, I think Jordan held it up to a better standard, and that's what advanced stats gets into. So it was damn near even queued when you talk about just looking at basic stats. And then when you go into Michael Jordan advanced stats, he dominated it. That in itself is why I say the 6 rings matter, but when you actually look at the on-court production, what he was able to do, y'all are gassing what LeBron did because there's other guys that have a conversation.
Basketball player
I want niggas talk about why Tim Duncan.
But the GOAT debate isn't necessarily about who is the better player. It's about who is the greatest player. We've got some more unpacking to do. Now, we cannot have a thorough GOAT debate without discussing the accomplishments of each player. Numbers are cool and they have their purpose, but numbers alone aren't indicative of greatness. They're just a vehicle to greatness. This is why, despite James Harden spending half a decade piling up some of the greatest scoring numbers in NBA history, most people don't consider him greater than some players with far lesser offensive numbers. The numbers complement the accolades, not the other way around. This is also why I consider Wilt Chamberlain to have been a better basketball player than Bill Russell, but Bill Russell was greater than Wilt.
But Jordan was greater and better. Let me go take a restroom break real quick. Give me 2 seconds. I'm back in this time.
Wilt achieved his greatness through his numbers, whereas Russell achieved his greatness by contributing to an unrelenting style of winning basketball. So let's take a look at the accomplishments of both Michael Jordan and LeBron James. Now, there are plenty of other awards a player can earn in the NBA, but these are the ones that really stand out on a player's resume. Championships, Finals MVPs, regular season MVPs, Defensive Player of the Year, All NBA selections, and All Defensive Team selections. And amongst these 6 categories, Jordan beats LeBron in 5 of them. And Michael accomplished all of this in just 15 seasons to LeBron's full 18 seasons.
And let's just be real. The only reason he got more All-NBAs is because of how many more years that he played. But at the end of the day, all the other things that can't be beat to longevity, they got to actually be beat because you got to have certain peak performance. He comes up short. Hasn't peaked enough to be a defensive player of the year. And I mean, at this point, he never will. Only had 6 all defenses to LeBron's 9. I mean, Jordan's 9. Just curious real quick. 5-time first all-team, 5-time first team defense, and 2nd time all defense. All right. Just curious, just to see, guys, how many of these are actually first. Bitch, you know what Jordan I'm talking about. The Michael, nigga. That Michael. Nine first team all defenses. So 9 to 5. I know it's a 6, but 9 to 5 when you talk about first team. Let's just be real.
The only category where LeBron outperformed Michael is in all NBA selections. And most will argue that, again, this is an accomplishment of longevity more than anything else, which, at this point, seems to be the overall theme in the GOAT debate. Up to this point in his career, the majority of fans will agree that LeBron has been a step below Jordan in terms of greatness. So now the race to become the GOAT has become a marathon. Because eventually, the sheer volume of LeBron's career numbers and achievements may become so overwhelming that we'll have no choice but to concede that he is, in fact, the greatest player of all time.
I disagree because the one numero uno accomplishment that he won't have is more championships as the bus driver. 6 of them bitches. What are we talking about? I don't give a fuck about shit that's side missions. Okay, you done more side missions better than me. Or just because I really didn't even do those type of missions. Nigga, I was on the main mission. And when it came to the main mission, I accomplished more. Sure, you got some side, ancillary things that help your legacy. Cool. But those things will never overshine numero uno. Because let's be real, what do we place a championship? How hard it is for a champion to become a champion. How many great, just all-time great players there is out there that's never been able to win. Some that's only won one or been multiple times and never won none. When you talk about what would you rate it? What amount of value would you give it? Out of 1,000 or out of however many points that are allotted, let's just do 100. we said earlier, a championship is worth, I would argue, it's hard to even fathom because arguing accomplishment, a championship versus an all-star appearance, it's like, I give you like 1 point because you got like 2 points because you became an all-star, but a championship would be worth like 70. Like if we had a currency, a championship is worth $100. An all-star, yeah, let's not do it based out of 100. Let's just give it a currency. That's the best way to measure it. Every time you accomplish something and do something, I'm going to give you a certain amount of money for it, right? Or champion, if you can bring me him a championship, nigga, I'm the bank of success, nigga. Emerald Gamer, bank of success, nigga. A championship is worth, nigga, $1,000. Fuck it, right? An all-star appearance would be worth like $175, $150. When you talk about just like value, not even, I'll probably say like $50. Like if $1,000 could get you a championship, what could an all-star appearance get you? That can't be no more than 100. A first team or something like that, I think that might be worth like $75 or something like that. But regardless, even when you sum all of that up and go back to where was it? It was this one. He still would end up with more money outside of like the All NBA. That's $6,000 right there. You're starting off with $4,000 to $6,000 right here. What would a Finals MVP be worth? Let's just say that's like $400. And I'm not keeping up with it. Then you got MVPs. MVPs got to be worth like 6, 7, right? Because it's almost harder. When we talk about being a bus driver champion, it's worth $1,000. So being an MVP, that shit probably worth $1,000 as well. It's very hard to become an MVP, even when you're one of the greatest players of all fucking time.
And anything else? Which
certain niggas don't got that. So another $1,000, right? Defensive Player of the Year. That might be worth, just because of inflation, niggas just don't get those. It's just gonna be real with you. That might be worth damn near $2. I'm just saying, but hey, let's just say that's $500. All-star appearances, that'd be like $250, $300. I ain't gonna lie, he might catch up a little bit. He might make a little bit of gain with them extra 6 appearances. All defense, first team, ain't gonna lie, them ain't easy to come by. I value defense because that just show a different level of leadership. There's so much that come with being a great defensive player. I'm sorry. Let's move on.
At this point,
like I said, Michael Jordan, if he came to the bank, if I was to show you his bank account with us, he ain't put more of a dent. That's all I'm gonna say. Pause.
Seems to be the overall theme in the GOAT debate. Up to this point in his career, the majority of fans will agree that LeBron has been a step below Jordan in terms of greatness. So now the race to become the GOAT has become a marathon.
He on the same staircase though. He just might be like 3 or 4 steps behind. A salute. You got to a staircase that only like 4 niggas that got to. 5 niggas. 6 niggas. Jordan, Kobe, Magic, Tim Duncan, I hate to do it, Shaq, LeBron. LeBron's top 6. He's in my top 6. No niggas don't like it, but it is what it is. He's in my top 6. And it's just about getting the job done. Jordan 3-peated twice. We look at the statistics. He's killing shit. The other guys that I named, MVP-wise and award-wise, they might LeBron may edge them out in certain categories, so it might be very even when it comes to their, let's say, like I said, the bank of success, because his other awards are going to start to add up and get to a point where he's matching their championship level success. But I don't even know if I want to put championships at 1,000. To be honest with you, that's just how I'm brainstorming and just spitting. But it might even be worth more than that. But even regardless, it'll start to even out. Where I think when you talk about, and then I'm not even talking about, you can give some money for three-peating. I could give out money for back-to-back. I give money. The bank of success give money for back-to-back. The bank of success give money for three-peating. And Kobe did that, which has made me, he three-peated and back-to-back. No, he two-peated. Did he two-peat or three-peat with Shaq? Or he won 2 out of 3 with Shaq? I always get it confused, bro. My mom be a little foggy sometimes. Regardless, either two-peated twice or three-peated and two-peated. And got 5 rings. Kareem, I forgot about Kareem. If you want to throw Kareem in there. He got 5 or 6. He got 6. Got a lot of MVPs. He's amazing. I'm not sure how many back-to-backs and shit like he got. I have to go back and look. You got, who else I said? Magic, obviously. Tim Duncan. I just think having 5 rings, being able to play in the system, but also be the leader on offense and defense, and be selfless at the same time, being able to be dominant is a gift in itself. And being able to get 5 rings and being able to dismantle and dethrone the guy in front of you that a lot of people will put ahead of you is amazing to me. He beat LeBron twice. He's beaten Kobe once. Well, I think he beat Kobe a couple times to get to his finals. I don't know how many times he, on a finals appearance or a finals win, that he went through Kobe and Shaq. I think it happened at least once with Shaq, and it might have happened another time when he won with Paul. So I'm not 100% sure on that. But that type of shit matters to me. When you actually face head-to-head other guys that might have been in the GOAT conversation and beat them multiple times, and LeBron and Kobe with 5, you can argue that he should be higher, but he never – I don't think the Spurs ever back-to-back. They was close to, but I don't think they ever back-to-back or three-peated. So – that's just me going off of it. You could correct me. I could be wrong. But that's where I have that. Honestly, after that, you could throw Larry Bird in there or Shaq. And honestly, like I said, LeBron might be 7. Because, and Steph Curry with 4 rings. And I know niggas can hate it, but I might have LeBron at 8. Because I don't give a fuck what niggas say. I don't believe in a bubble ring. I don't believe it. I think it's bullshit. And some more shit. So to me, LeBron really had 3 rings and an asterisk. So he got like 3.5 when you ask me. Just like, and arguably, the only contradiction to my point that I would say is, I said injuries is a part of the game, and at the same time, things could go against you, things could go in your favor. And one of the times that there was actually global crisis ended up going into LeBron's favor and winning the championship. I just don't like that they didn't have any away games. They didn't have to travel. I just didn't like none of that. So to me, I look at it as a successful thing, but I look at it as like a 0.5. I give him like a 3.5 championships. I can't lie to you. That nigga got an 8th. I give LeBron an 8th. That's what I'm going to start calling his legacy, the 8th. Niggas smoke weed, you know what I'm talking about. So that just is what it is. So for me, Steph Curry, once again, two-peated as a bus driver. He was a co-bus driver, but he was a bus driver. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. I argue that he was the main bus driver based on defense and how they had to align to him. But whatever, bus driver, whether co or main. Won back-to-back while beating LeBron for all of his championships, except for the Celtics, which were a championship level team. They ended up winning the championship a couple years later. So I mean, for 3 rings, he beat LeBron and has essentially has more rings than as far as bank of success. The bank of success don't like to be swindled. The bank of success don't like to be gotten over, and we don't pay out. we just like Pride speak. You get a partial payment for the bubble. Hey man, you get it was a flex play. You won, but you didn't. I'm sorry. That's how I look at it. It was a salute. It's a flex win. It was a W, but you didn't get the full. We're not giving you full value on that because we just don't think when you turn in that success token to us, we don't think we should be lending you a certain amount of credit that we would do for a guy that won a normal championship. It's just, that's just our standard. Some people may not like it, but hey, they don't work with the bank of success. So that's all I'm saying. They don't come to the bank of success. Like, look, guys that win don't have no problem banking with us. That's all I'm saying, man. So look, as I try to see if these guys go start this space, I think niggas ducking, man. So, like I said, the bank of success, he has a 3.5. Shaq got a 3.5 too. But that 3-peat though. Wait, I gotta look this shit up. Did Shaq 3-peat? Yes. Okay, I'm not tripping. That 3-peat is worth a good deal of money at the bank of success. I'm just saying. The level, a dynasty? Has LeBron ever been part of a dynasty? Has LeBron, the greatest player of all time, ever led a dynasty? That's a good argument. Kobe's had a dynasty. Shaq had a dynasty. Tim Duncan, it's close. Warriors, Steph, a back-to-back, and then you go 2 out of 3, and you might get a Warriors a dynasty. There's a lot of bus drivers. Like I said, Magic, Larry, a lot of bus drivers creating dynasties. Where's LeBron's dynasty? Miami? I don't know if that's a dynasty. 2 for 4. I don't know if that's a dynasty. It's a very good team. Just saying. Maybe it's a casual argument. I don't know. But the bank of success, we have our metrics in. It's a trademark secret. It's a trademark secret on how we give those out. We just can't be giving a formula to a lot of people because then they can just go off and make content. I'm just joking. But at the end of the day, that 3-peat is worth a lot at the bank of success. I'll probably give that. Obviously, it's a 3.5 because he won 3 championships, and then he technically didn't bus drive with D-Wade. And you also could kind of say that with, I'll leave it alone. Kobe, we was to boil it down, you give him like a 4.5. 3-peated, 2-peated as well. And that has its value. And that's just like a bonus. We give bonuses for 3-piece and 2-piece. But we still keep the metric of were you a bus driver or not. And he was like 4.5. 4 to 4.5 bus driver. Or co-bus driver if you ask me. Tim Duncan, 5 of them things, bus driver. Magic, 5 of them things, bus driver. Larry Bird, 4 of them things, bus driver. So, yeah, I would have I have LeBron right outside of that. Oh, only three. So I have him at. I said 8. I have him at 7. Because I said LeBron at 3.5. Even though I don't count the bubble, I technically got him at 3. But whatever, I'll give him the 3.5. But Larry was right at his heels. That's how I tell you that goddamn much. Man, boys ducking space. Boys ducking space, man. Let me see. I might create one of my own. I don't never do spaces. Has LeBron ever? I'm such a troll. I love it. Created a dynasty. Only people you invite to speak. People you. I'll let you invite. Let's close Discord. We in this bitch. Well, I don't know what I'm doing. How you do that? Oh, that's what I was trying to do. I really wasn't trying to do that, but it happens. Alright, man, this is my first spaces. I heard these things are saved. So, welcome. If you don't know me, I'm B Neil, aka Emerald Thoughts, aka Emerald Gamer, aka B Neil, aka Fat House and Highways if you really know me. But I'm here to cook niggas, and that's what I host. Matter of fact, I think it's appropriate. This is an R-rated stream. I'm also streaming, also in space. Y'all follow me at Emerald Gamer and Reactions. We in that thing. Hey, that's funny. Yes, sir. Mr. LeBrondo. Call that boy LeBrondo. That's his boy new nickname, LeBrondo. He's gonna say he's gonna join pretty soon. See if anybody else decides to pull up and get cooked. That's all I'm here for. Hey, salute Kendrick and SZA show in Houston is a month from now. Supposedly it's a flop. We don't play that bullshit. Kendrick Lamar's trending. What's going on? Is there nothing really going on? It's just like a. Alright. We're done. We're done. Alright. Let me see something. Okay, that's how you edit that. Replies. Huh. Okay, what's this? Invite speakers. What's that? else can you do on this bad boy? What's somebody look like? That's cool. The neighborhood. All right.
Because eventually, the sheer volume of LeBron's career numbers and achievements may become so overwhelming that we'll have no choice but to concede that he is, in fact, the greatest player of all time. Which brings us to a real dilemma in this age-old debate.
Yeah, we're just gonna watch the strizzing. Oh, I just can't really. I guess I can't talk while it's on.
The flame that burns twice as bright burns half as long. A great quote by the ancient Chinese philosopher Lao Tzu regarding the idea of excellence and the sustainability of it. Almost as if you can have longevity or be exceptional, but you can't have both. Now, in the world of basketball and sports in general, usually being exceptional translates to longevity and vice versa. Michael Jordan was excellent for 13 seasons in the NBA. His flame was violently bright and had burned for quite some time. But what if there was a flame that burned about 95% as bright and lasted much, much longer? At a certain point, the radiance of even the brightest flame is outclassed by the flame that just won't quit. Of course, LeBron isn't a flame. He's a 6'9", 250-pound freak of nature in basketball shoes, but his light shines about 95% as bright as Michael Jordan's did, and it's lasting a whole lot longer. When does the longevity of LeBron's brilliance simply outmatch the slightly greater but much shorter brilliance of Michael? Because as we've discussed, Mike trumps LeBron in pretty much every single metric other than longevity and overall production. So the real question here is how much longer will LeBron have to be excellent before the majority agrees that he is greater than Michael was? The man is in his 19th NBA season, and he's leading the NBA in scoring. He's still a top 5 player in the league, and his bag is getting deeper and deeper with every season. Here's a chart of LeBron's total points, assists, and rebound averages throughout each season of his career. Each point on the graph represents the total average of points, assists, and rebounds for every season of his career. So, for example, this season LeBron is putting up 8, 6, and 30 a game, so his total for the season is 44. Now, in the NBA, anything above a total of 40 is exceptional. LeBron's total production has exceeded 40 in 17 different seasons. Now here's Michael's total average points, assists, and rebounds for every season of his career. This is by...
I love this era of LeBron. But this year's only produced one championship. Like, these years has had one championship. And when he was in this conversation here,
by far,
meeting over here, he only had 3 and Jordan had 6. So it's like, I love this metric, but what are you doing all this for? It's not just to collect stats, bro. It's not just to play in regular season games. It's not just to play in the playoffs. It's to win championships. Like, what are we talking about?
The greatest arguments in favor of LeBron in the GOAT debate. The man has simply sustained excellence for longer than Mike did. And although the numbers are just a vehicle to greatness, there has got to be a point where the numbers are just too glaring to ignore. LeBron's numbers are getting to that point. But some fans will argue that there were other players that were still really good this late in their career. You mean like Kareem, or Kobe, or Karl Malone? They weren't even close. LeBron's already the only player to be a part of the 30K, 10K, 10K club. Aside from a freak injury, he'll undoubtedly break Kareem's scoring record. He'll probably play the most seasons in an NBA career. He already has the record for most All-NBA selections, and he's still adding to what is probably the longest career highlight reel with moments like this. If LeBron is still doing this in a couple years, while still putting up All-NBA numbers, I really think it's going to be difficult to say that he's not the greatest player ever.
Yeah, y'all gonna beat that longevity conversation into a
You know what? I'm just gonna say it. While LeBron's legacy is growing as he plays more seasons, Michael's legacy would have been slightly diminished if he played more seasons. Of course, this isn't a matter of fact, but all the evidence points towards this assumption. Michael Jordan retiring after playing just 13 NBA seasons in 1998 was the best thing he could have ever done for his legacy. The Bulls were not going to win another championship, and the backbone of the dynasty he had built had all but vanished by the beginning of the 1999 season. If he had played through that 3-year retirement gap from 1999 to 2001, he would have either stayed with the Bulls and put up huge numbers on a losing team, or signed with a different team and chased rings. Both options being far less illustrious than him going out on top with the team that drafted him. Michael's career was the perfect storm. He was drafted by a franchise that was ready and willing to build around him. He was on a roster that suited his skill sets extremely well, and he and the Bulls peaked right as the dominant teams from the 80s and early 90s like the Lakers, Celtics, and Pistons began to fade away. You could not have written a better career if you tried. On the other hand, despite his success, LeBron really got the short end of the deal many times throughout his career. He spent his first 7 seasons in the NBA playing for a team that could not have cared less about building a coherent team around him. He spent 4 straight finals going toe-to-toe with the most dominant dynasty in modern NBA history outside of Jordan's Bulls, while Michael was surrounded by players who were
and the Lakers, and Tim Duncan and the Spurs, all that.
All willing to buy into their system. LeBron has spent many years carrying the load of bad rosters and seemingly incompetent teammates, part of which is his own fault for trying to play GM and putting together piss-poor rosters. And I bring up these small nuances because the GOAT debate is very nuanced. As much as people want to act like the whole 6-0 in the finals is the end-all be-all to the discussion, it's just not. If rings were all that mattered, then Bill Russell would be the GOAT. Oh, but he played a long time ago. That doesn't count. Okay, well then Robert Horry.
He played a long time ago when there was only 11 teams in the NBA.
Horry is the GOAT because he has 7 rings to Jordan's 6. Well, yeah, but Horry wasn't the best player on any of those championships. Okay, so is the argument about rings, or is it about being the best player on the court, or a mixture of both? Is a player's performance, despite how masterful it was, all in vain if his team loses? The line becomes less and less clear the deeper.
Yes, it's in vain. Unless you're outside of your peak, bro. It's like with LeBron, we lose all common sense, bro. And it becomes we're haters. It's so crazy, bro. We all say when a championship team has a window, like that's what the in vain conversation comes from. Outside of the peak, it's understandable because of it's not being in vain. It's like you can have moral victories because you're young. You don't have the expectations to overcome certain things. You still got to learn. It's a part of becoming a champion. In history, most guys don't become champions until at least 28 to 30. That's just normal. So when you're young, you expect it just to go through the growing pains, get playoff experience and things like I said earlier. So that's just common sense. But when you hit the window of championship opportunity, that window, depending on what team, what organization you're on, your health, and so many other small nuances and factors kind of play into how long or how short that championship window would be. And that's when things start to become in vain, when you start to fall short in moments where, nigga, you only have so many of these. LeBron had 20 years so far in the league, but his championship window closed about 8 years ago. 9 years ago. One was 2017. 2017 was literally the last year he really had a genuine chance of a championship like window. Like he won a championship with the Lakers, but even then I don't think people thought they had a long, like I don't think people even like the bubble was kind of like cool, they got a championship, but I don't think people was just like this team has a championship window. Like they were trying to figure out if they had one, honestly. And they were in that like, are we real championship contenders? Because they were trying to figure it out with LeBron for a minute till the bubble ring. And then after the bubble ring, for sure, the championship window was closed. So it closed because you got to think it's not just about the player; it's about so many other factors, like I said, and the player, which is it's your life, being able to execute or take advantage of a certain situation the most you can. So outside of 2018 all the way to 2020, I guess that's like 2-3 years. Because I mean, even in 2017, like you probably could say that window was closed. After that 2016, like once they got KD, most people would probably consider the window closed. So from 2017 to 2020, they won a championship, and then from 2020 to 2025, pretty much that championship window was closed until you get Luka. So outside of that, his real championship window was from I would say 2010, where that 61 win team, all the way up until 2016. So he had like 6 years essentially, and he fell short twice in the finals. I mean, if we want to count the just talking about championship window, they came up short on that 61 team as well. So yeah, those are 3 times out of that 6-year playoff window that he didn't win. And then when you say he had the bubble ring, which came out of kind of nowhere, then you give him another ring. But necessarily championship window, he was 3 for 6 and didn't really get another window like that one again. That's why it's in vain. I tried to be as thorough as I can when I explain that, because it, like, bro, like we have these terms, we have these ways of how we view things and analyze people all the time. Lamar Jackson has a playoff win. I mean, a championship window. Even the playoff window, your playoff window is usually longer than some, and then your playoff window is longer than usually your championship window. You might even have a championship contender window, but actually be considered a threat to be a champion. Like, those windows don't be open that long, to be real. And yeah, like Lamar right now has a window, and people are saying how. And for his example, it's on the negative side. It's like, will he ever be able to capitalize while he has this window? And the window got people looking at the window a lot more, especially after you add Derrick Henry. It's like, bro, no, like you really got to capitalize in this moment. If you don't, like, will you ever get another window like this again? Josh Allen, you could argue, people will say his window might be closing until time being, because it's just kind of him on the Bills. Like, I don't really even think he's in the championship window anymore. I think that was the last 3-4 years, and it wasn't even a window that was like that strong. And then you go into like Patrick Mahomes, he's on the other side of things, where it's like his window might be another 10 years. And it already has been like 6. I mean, until, you know, things change. So that's just like, that's just how we view things. So it's not biased. It's not me shitting on someone. I'm just saying, bro, you could clearly see when someone fell short. Yes, you went to 10 championships, but it shows how you didn't capitalize. And when you talk about your real championship window being able to get to 6 and you didn't, because even in that 6, I'm not even counting the Warriors champion. I'm not even really counting the Warriors playoff games except the one they won. And I'm not even counting 07. So inside of your championship window, you had 6 years on what people will consider a favorite or a super team. 2010, you weren't on a super team, but you were a favorite to win a champion, like top 3, if not top, like based on the video we've seen already. So yeah, man, I ain't closed shit. What the fuck? Niggas be lying. I ain't closed shit. So yeah, I said with the championship window, LeBron had about 6 years. One with the team, when we look at the clip, where the commentators was like, the Celtics has upset the Cleveland Cavaliers. This is a huge upset. Like, they said that verbatim. They ain't just making shit up their ass. That was a championship contender team where most people feel he had a window. After that team, and then even a year before that, if you are arguable, I'm not here to try to just throw on shit to shit on him. Even the 2009 year where he lose to the Magic, and then they get mollywopped by the Lakers. Even that in itself, LeBron lost to teams that Kobe got rid of in the finals, and he was on a team that should have been able to actually beat both those teams. People considered his team a favorite against that Celtics team. The Magic team, I don't remember if he was considered a favorite, but I don't think he was this heavy underdog either, though. I would assume he was the favorite, but I ain't, like I said, I'm not trying to hit the shit on him. I'll give him some grace in that. But even to say, if that was from 2009 to 2016, he had an 8-year window to try to match Jordan. And he came up short, whether it was in the finals or a little bit outside of, the second or third round. And that shit is huge when you consider, like I said, only having so many years depending on circumstances of a championship window. And the guys that are able to capitalize on that championship window the best, bro, you gotta give them a different level of success and credit, bro. Like I said, I'm the bank of success, bro. That's how I'm. If a nigga is able to get 5 rings, bro, if you come to the bank success, nigga, you got high credit with us. That's all I gotta say. So with a guy like Tim Duncan able to get 5 rings and be able to beat LeBron, be able to beat Kobe on route or in the finals, is amazing. Even I think they beat Shaq and Kobe as well. I think they even had to beat the Pistons team when they were in their prime. I could be wrong, but yeah, it just hit a little different, man. These boys is scared to debate. Niggas is not pulling up. Alright, man. I mean, you can ask to come up. Cause I see I could talk from here. Boy said regularly, I don't think LeBron has created a dynasty. With what team? None so far. And that's the overall point. I was in like free flow when I came up with this. A lot of bus drivers that I know have been a part of creating dynasties. Shaq created one. Kobe was a created one. Tim Duncan created one. Jordan created one. Magic created one. Or was technically a part, but he was the co-bus driver creating one. You could argue Curry created one. But the guy y'all guys consider the GOAT never was able to create a dynasty. And a dynasty, like I said, I'm at the bank of success. We reward and give a certain level of credit to niggas that was able to create and maintain a dynasty. We just look at that as a different level of status. Like, people that created dynasties, nigga, like those people that are eligible for the Emerald card that only the elite few are eligible for. That's just how we do it here. I got a request. Of course we approve, and everyone's welcome. Everyone's welcome. But yeah, so that's how I look at things. When I talk about the credit history, a guy that created a dynasty, I look at it as like a guy that created a Fortune 500 company versus a mom and pop shop. Or not even a mom and pop shop, but a wildly successful private business. It's wonderful, you know? But it's not a Fortune 500 company that's publicly traded. Like, that's how I look at it. So I just going to give a certain level of credit to a company that can come in and show me that, we're a Fortune 500 company. We just need this loan to make this deal. Yeah, what you need? That's how we are at the bank of success when we see a guy like that. versus a guy, it's a private company. We might do a little more research before we're willing to give out just these loans or these payments, So yeah, that's how I feel, man. It's a fun conversation, I will say that.
Nah, I'm with that right now, but I tune in if I got some more later. But I got.
It's all good, man. I'm trying to see Mr. Lando. Nah, LeBrondo. That's what his new name is, LeBrondo. I'm trying to see if LeBrondo gonna pull up. But he actually in the wreck, so that nigga name need to be.
You a clown, bro.
That nigga name need to be LeBrondo.
LeBrondo.
He actually in the wreck, so that's your name, nigga.
Bro in the wreck in real life. I respect that.
Nah, he ain't getting no buckets though. Ain't nothing to respect. Nigga ain't getting no rebounds. Nigga got 1 assist. He out there getting cooked on defense.
Hey, that's still better than like 80% of the niggas that talk about basketball on here.
That might be true.
Yerp.
Nigga, you done getting crossed and cooked on the court?
I just want me some VC. I ain't getting crossed or cooked. I don't know what you talking about.
This nigga said
I said wreck. What y'all think wreck?
I'll tell you everything I said back. This nigga on 2K.
These niggas think somebody's playing at 10:54 at night.
It's hot in Texas.
And I couldn't even. What was you saying, Bryce? Hey, look, gang, we know you cannot hoop, bro. We got to leave that be.
I'll cook you.
We got
ain't gonna lie.
that be. Now on that gridiron, bro, I don't know what position you play, but you was probably nice. I can't even hold you.
You might win on 2K. You ain't win in real life.
But Bryce, please stop, gang. Let's not do this. Let's please relax. Let's please relax. If you want to, we can run it one day. I ain't got no problem.
That's a bit.
Okay.
We can set a date a month from now. I ain't tripping.
Okay. That's cool, me.
Gotta get out there.
Now, what's the conversation? Y'all blow me up in the chat to join this space. What's up?
Man, nigga, this has been an ongoing
I'm saying,
conversation.
what are we talking about? I've been in and out of watching you reacting, so I'm trying to.
I mean, at this point, we just talking about LeBron lack of being able to create a dynasty.
No player creates a dynasty.
Say what?
No player creates a dynasty. That's a stupid narrative.
I mean, you helped drive the bus to make a dynasty. What are we talking about?
You can do that.
Niggas become the blueprint to be a dynasty. What are we talking about?
I think he has.
So, okay, that's what I said. That's what I put in the comment. I mean, has he ever created one? What dynasty do you think he created?
For a team, no, but he's definitely created the blueprint on how to set your team up to beat him.
Nah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not what I'm saying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying if you've had to set your team up to beat this man, to face this man, then that makes him the dynasty similar. Did he do it across the league? I'll be fair and say no. He did it across his conference. So if it's less than, then that's fine. But the only players I can think of off the top of my head that have bus drove dynasties, Bill Russell, Magic. I don't call 80 Celtics a dynasty. I mean, I don't call them a dynasty. Michael did with the Bulls.
You don't count what Celtics as a dynasty?
The 80 Celtics. I don't count them as a dynasty.
That's crazy, but okay.
You got 3 in 10 years. Philadelphia got 2 in 10 years. What's different?
What about how many did they win? Didn't they go 3 for 5?
Who, Boston?
Yeah.
Nah, they won in the second year. They went 2 for 5, not 3 for 5.
And then they won the last one year 6?
86. So they went a cool 3 years without winning. Like the Lakers are a dynasty.
They didn't win back. You said they won 2 out of.
Yeah, they did win back-to-back. Lakers won back-to-back in the 80s. The Pistons won back-to-back in the late 80s, but they're not a dynasty.
What about the Spurs?
I can't count them as a dynasty. They never repeated. They won 5 in 20 years. They're a dynasty on that lower tier, though. Like Bulls is high dynasty. '80s Lakers high dynasty. Kobe and Shaq just off them three alone is dynasty. Did Kobe create a dynasty after that? I mean, he got 2 back-to-back. I would think most people in basketball terms think a dynasty is either 3 in a row or 3 in 5 years.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am. I don't count 2. I think 2 is like like all-time great team type shit. Back-to-back is like all-time great teams, though.
So then that's the case. The only people that's that's buzz-driven is Magic, Kareem, Bill Russell, Mike, and Shaq.
I'm gonna give the only reason I give Tim Duncan and the Spurs the dynasty just off the strength of being able to win 5 in one of the most ultra competitive leagues. Like I want to say because 07 was their 3rd championship, right? Or their 4th?
No, that was their 4th.
And then they got 2 after 07. What was the next one? What was the next one?
No, they didn't get 2 after 07.
I'm tripping. They only had 5. I'm tweaking high as shit.
They went to the finals twice, though.
And then they got one, almost 5-6 years later.
And they got, it took 7 years. 07, their last one was 2014. So it took 7.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you said low-tier dynasty.
They more Patriot dynasty.
Yeah.
But see, if you do that in the NFL, it's more impressive than the NBA.
I would give you LeBron created the Eastern Conference dynasty with that Cavs team.
I think he did it from Miami on. Because for 4 years you tried to build to beat the Heat, but then he left. So they didn't become about beating the Heat, and the Cavs team changed many times. So it became about beating him because it didn't matter. 2015, I go through a playoffs with no Kevin Love because he got hurt in Game 4. And Kyrie was on a bad leg that whole playoffs. His stats will show you that. Still got to the finals. Still swept first seed Hawks. 2016, I got Kyrie and I got K-Love back here now. But K-Love is a shell of himself. Kyrie doing decent, though. Are we still going to make the finals? 2017, we a whole lot better. Still make it. 2018, Kyrie dipped. Kevin Love shell of himself. I'm beating the first seed Raptors, and I'm beating the Celtics, who got right back to the conference finals with me. Like, I'm the dynasty. That, like, if you talk to the GMs, the same way GMs talk about trying to beat Michael and the Bulls, that's what the Eastern Conference GMs was thinking during that reign in the 2010s. It's like, how do we prepare to meet this guy in April and May? Because if we don't beat him, we're not making it to June. He the dynasty.
Okay, I might move LeBron to top 6 all time, man.
Yeah, see what I'm talking about? This is crazy work. It's all right. It's all right. I'm not, you're trolling. And it's a good troll. It's a good troll.
I mean, you got
a good troll.
You got LeBron. He's there, but you got Jordan. You
got
Kobe. You got
you
Kareem.
Can't. You see the problem with your argument?
Magic.
You see your problem. See, this is your problem.
You got Duncan. You got Shaq.
Here, see, and I have no problem wholeheartedly with them names you are putting above him, other than Kobe. That is literally the one name, and I love Bean, but you're not finna do that. Like, you can't do that. Kareem over LeBron, hey, it's a solid case. I don't agree with it. It's solid. Mike, solid case. Even somebody like Magic, solid case. Duncan and Kobe, no. Like, no, I can't do that.
Especially why not Duncan?
Because, Bryce, you value getting to the finals and being the best player and winning, right? That's what you value, right?
Yeah.
So how can you give the guy with less finals MVPs that over Bron? Just because he got more chips? He got less finals MVPs, though.
Okay, like I said, I'm the bank of success. I do care about finals MVPs. It does bring a certain level of interest over here at the bank of success. Look, that's what we calling it. So I give players credit.
This is a corrupt bank. This is the reason why Jews don't trust bank. They leave money in their house.
No, Jews actually own banks, but we ain't gonna Kanye this segment.
A terrible bank.
We're not going. This is a black-owned business, and you should be proud of. Like I said earlier.
DC, this that Wells Fargo. Your shit getting hacked every 3 weeks. Corrupt charges.
Look, that's the problem. It can't be. We don't have a lot of members. See, we don't even have accounts.
So y'all get hacked for real.
This is the thing. We only have a select amount. We got about We got about 100 people that actually bank with us because you got to understand. You got to understand the bank of success. You have to apply to work with us.
Oh yeah, see, this bank not finna help. This bank not finna help you get no car. This bank not finna help you get no house.
Because this is the thing.
Go to
this is the thing. We don't
this
want people that need. We don't want people that need help to get a house in the car. That's the thing. We only mess with people that are bust. They already got a bust.
So here's the thing, bro. Bron has 4 Finals MVPs. Duncan has 3. Kobe has 2. Them niggas can't be above him. They can't.
See, I do give you, like I said, we do give some credit for Finals MVPs, but
they have less regular season MVPs.
He only has 1 more, and in the Finals MVPs, I mean, in regular MVPs, they have 3 more than he has. 3 more than Kobe, 2 more than Shaq, and 4 more than Duncan. So I will give you that. That's a lot of value, and that's what I said earlier before you got here.
Tremendous value.
When you talk about championships and how I look at things, so this is how we I give you a little peek into our algorithm at the Bank of Success.
I don't want to know what y'all Bank of Success.
I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to help you.
Please don't pass me a brochure. I'm not.
I look, brother. I don't want to disrespect you, but I don't know. Everybody just saying we don't pass y'all brochures.
Please don't hand me a brochure.
We don't pass them. Look, brother. Look. You only get past. You only get knowledge of us through certain spectrums, bro. You got to win championships and shit like that. Look, like I said, give you a little insight. Let me give you a little insight. I will agree with you when LeBron awards and accomplishments from the Finals MVPs, first team All Defenses, all that. I mean, first team All. He got those. First team All NBA.
He don't got more than Kobe and Duncan.
But he does have some. He does have a lot of first team offense, so we got to give him that. That does bring him to the peer level where it makes it kind of hard to judge it because championships, brother. Look, this is what we sell out for. We'll give the ultimate loan and credit to a guy that wins championships. You know what? Also, we give credit to guys that 3-peat, guys that build dynasties, and 2-peats. We see that's like.
So he 2-peated.
That is the creme de la creme.
Okay, so wait, he 2-peated. Duncan's never 2-peated.
Okay, that's some credit. I give you that. I do be forgetting about that. I give you some credit. But I only give him 3.5 rings as well. There's an asterisk on that bubble. That's all I'm saying.
See, this is a horrible bank. This is a shitty bank. This bank is asterisk. They're putting asterisks on my championship. Now, what if I sat here and said, well, the only reason why Duncan won in 99 was because Jordan and Pippen and the Bulls dismantled? Is that fair for me to say? And that Duncan faced the 8-seeded Knicks. Is that fair for me to say?
In the finals?
Or no? Yes. The Knicks were an 8-seed.
Well,
they weren't good.
Well, look. Maybe when we go take a look at the analytics and dive into that, we might look at taking a little bit of reimbursement back from that team. But
no, take a lot of it back.
But that's the thing is, though. The thing is, though, the AFC might not have truly valued that 8 seed. They might have been an 8 seed, but they might have true value might have been a 3 seed if we talk about talent. Look, let me spit. Let me spit. So now I'm just saying, this is how we look at things. This is how we go into the nitty gritty of how we want to probably give you a full loan, half loan. You know, what percentage loan we really trying to give out to a guy. That's all I'm saying. So when, like you said, the AFC, it still was fair competition. I still feel like everything was inside of the normal confines of basketball throughout history. Nothing was abnormal. Nothing was, crazy. The thing about the Bank of Success, we don't want to be swindled. And I just feel like, if you look at the bubble, we ain't got no fans. We ain't got no road games. It just felt like if I was to give a full reimbursement for a championship on how these other people got this, I just feel like we might get swindled.
What if I were to tell you that many people that were around Kobe Bryant said an environment like that he would have loved?
I don't care about what. Look.
No. I'm just saying because
at the bank we can't care about stuff like that.
No. That's the one side of the coin you looking at the bubble. Here's the other side. You are not at home at all, unless you're the Orlando Magic. You are on a compound. It's Disney World, but you're on a compound. You cannot leave. You cannot exit and enter. Literally, you can only go to practice, the game, and then back to your room. It's complete isolation. These are professional.
I'm getting paid $1 million to stay in a hotel that I do all season long anyways.
No. You don't do it all season long because here's the thing.
Majority of the season, you in hotels.
No, you half it. You split it. You get 40 on the road. You get 40 at home.
That's not 100% accurate because you gotta leave early for travel games and stuff like that. So this is not 100% accurate.
But you still, it's more balanced at the point, especially when we're talking playoffs.
Somewhat balanced.
So you're in this hotel, right? All these guys are professionals. So no professional chefs. Your trainers can't come with you. No. It is your team, and there's nothing you are allowed to really focus on.
Oh my God, my team that pays millions.
But basketball, no. I'm not saying it like that. I'm not saying that like it's the hardest shit ever. I'm saying it like it's not just, hey, let me go here and it's going to be easy as fuck for me to win. It isn't.
It's
most
a lot
guys
easier, bro.
Most people that were in that bubble, said it was going to be the hardest championship ever. And see, I'd put.
Let me ask you this: how many championships? How many championships between all those people? How many championships between all those people? They never won. Most of those people never won one championship. I'll just give you one rebuttal. I'm just giving you a rebuttal real quick. It's a quick rebuttal.
Let me cook real quick.
It's a quick rebuttal. You don't.
Let me finish.
Point you just said.
Quick. No. Wait.
All the people that you said in there, it was probably like 2 or 3 guys that possibly won a championship for real. Like you telling me what guys that was in the bubble that ain't got no championship success think about championships? It's irrelevant to me. At the bank of success, at least.
I would understand the asterisk if a team who was not at all poised to go there win. Like if this was the Magic versus the damn Blazers in the finals, oh yeah, this is an asterisk. You're telling me the Lakers, the team that was the number 1 team in basketball.
Why would that be an asterisk versus LeBron?
No, I'm saying exactly. There should be no asterisk.
But you just said you were asterisk though. If it was the Magic and the Blazers.
No, I didn't say I would asterisk. I said I could see if that were the finals matchup, and you said this.
Why would you concede that then?
Because maybe that fits into this narrative you're trying to paint of how it was.
But
easy,
because it's LeBron,
how it was unrealistic.
The narrative? Well, how is that?
This doesn't like what the result that happened does not feel unrealistic. The Lakers are the number 1 team in basketball across all metrics. They had a record of like 40-0 after leading after 3 quarters. LeBron was second in MVP voting. Anthony Davis was second in DPOY voting. It was a great team the whole year. They proved it in the bubble. Whether it would have been bubble or whether it would have been going on the road to Portland, going on the road to Houston, going on the road to Denver, the result more than likely would have remained the same. If we're going to asterisk things, imagine if I sat here and told you, since we're talking about Tim Duncan, was there one time Tim Duncan went up against strong comp in his finals? And I want you to think about it. Was there one time? Other than those 2 Heat teams. Other than the 2 Heat teams. Because in 99, he played the 8th-seeded Knicks. In 03, he played.
But what about all the teams
he beat? Knicks.
What all the teams he beat to get there? He had to. You said what? You said in 99.
In the early
what other teams did he have to beat in 99 to get there?
In the early 2000s, well, in 99, he beat. I want to say the Jazz, and I want to say I know he beat the Lakers. So in the early 2000s, the only team he was running into was the Lakers, and he only beat them in 99. Because in 2000 he didn't beat them.
But what Laker team is that?
That's the Kobe and Shaq one.
So in 99. But he beat an all-time great team, and then he beat Miami Heat. What are we saying?
No. He did. That Kobe Shaq team was not all-time.
So
99 because they didn't even have field.
But they still had championship contention.
Great. They were all-time great in the making. So in
the first round, they played the Timberwolves. That's with KG. In the Western Conference Finals, they played. Western semifinals. Excuse me. They beat the Lakers 4-0, and then in the Trailblazers, they 4-0. That's the Trailblazers with Rasheed Wallace in them.
That's the Trailblazers with Scottie.
Yeah, Rasheed Wallace.
That Kobe Shaq team wasn't that yet. They were a year removed. And then once 2000 came, he obviously didn't beat them in 2000, in 01, and 2002. Now he beat them in 03. So kudos to him. There we go. and he played the Nets. I would think out of the three teams that Kobe and Shaq and them played in their finals, the Nets were the weakest.
And I mean, even with that Lakers team, like Shaq averaged 23 and 13, Kobe averaged 21 and 6, Glenn Rice averaged 18.
But they weren't that squad though.
No, they wasn't the greatest team of all time, but they still was two dominant players, and they beat them. And then you said the Nets.
You don't have Phil Jackson. The Knicks.
No, I'm talking about you said the Nets too though. The Knicks one is
they
like
I'll
go back. Let me go.
03.
You said they beat the Knicks and when they beat the Knicks?
99.
Let me go.
And then they beat
who did the Knicks
play?
They
beat the Nets in 03. Now they did beat the Pistons in 05. So that's dominant comp right there. That's good comp. He beat the Cavs in 07. Yeah, okay. And even when he beat them, he didn't even Finals MVP. Okay. Then he played Braun again in 2013. Lost in 7. He smoked the bunny. They could have won him the game. Hey, whatever. Then he came back and won in 2014, but he was the third best player on the court, fourth. Didn't win Finals MVP then. So I can't put a guy like that above Braun.
Yeah, but at that point, I still, even with that fifth ring with defense, like his defense was still crazy, even at that age.
His defense was okay for that team. That team in general was
He
crazy.
was the backbone of that defense. And then Kawhi started stepping up.
Kawhi Leonard was the backbone of the defense.
Now, Kawhi helped guard the best player on the perimeter, but Tim Duncan was facilitating everything with communication, getting the blocks when shit came into the paint. Like, even in
most of the time in that
he was
era,
still getting like
they
2
were
blocks
only
a
worried
game,
about
if I'm not
perimeter
mistaken.
players. They weren't worried about bigs.
But
their
the
two hardest
perimeter
comp
still
was
has to
going to
drive
be
to the paint.
Yeah, but their two hardest comp was going to be guys that dominated on the wing. Their two hardest comp, that Spurs team was going to be Kevin Durant and OKC, who wasn't going to slash to the basket that much. He's going to operate in the mid-range. Yeah, like we're worried about Russell Westbrook in the playoffs.
Okay, let's just try to win the argument by making up shit.
No, I didn't. I wasn't saying that.
You just said a slasher, and then Russell Westbrook is a top.
No,
slasher.
I didn't say.
Like,
I wasn't saying that to devalue Duncan. I was saying the best player that they were going to best players.
Russell Westbrook was the second best player on the OKC Thunder.
I said the best players. The two best players they were going to have to face, the series-changing players, like best guys, were going to be LeBron and Kevin Durant.
In 2015,
Russ was in that mix. Yes.
In
Russ
2015,
yes.
Tim Duncan was still averaging 2 blocks a game, bro.
He's averaged 2 blocks a game his whole career, I would like to think. I'm not looking at the stats. I like to think he's averaged 2 blocks a game, maybe 3. I'm not looking at the stats. I'm sure you have the stats pulled up. But I would think he's averaged 2 blocks for his whole career.
And even then, he was top 10 in defensive. He was top 10 in MVP in 2015. He was Defensive Player of the Year. He was 8th in Defensive Player of the Year, All-Star, and 3rd in NBA All-Team. Like at 37. Like
he was good.
He was being a veteran that was pretty much the main guy as far as the leadership, bro. And he came through in many key pieces in 2015. Like, you cannot denounce that.
I didn't. Well, in 2015, they didn't win anything. They lost in the first round in 7.
Oh, what year are we talking about? What was the year they
2014.
won?
2014, they won. He started
his points a game was even higher then.
Yeah, he had a better 2014. 2015 and 16, Duncan was still good, but last 2 years of his career. I ain't here to shit on that.
14 was probably the last year he was actually an effective player though.
No. He was
really effective that year. I'm not gonna lie.
He was
even looking at it in hindsight.
I'd say 15 was his last year being effective. They did lose.
Yeah.
They did lose first round to the Clippers, and no one talks about that. But whatever.
No, I meant as far as being effective towards the overall team goal. Like 2015, he was still a good player, but 2014 is like the last year he impacted the team.
Similar to like
because of his. Wait, go ahead, my fault.
Similar to like 2013 Kobe.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like Kobe played years after that, but it was like, anyway.
He wasn't doing nothing, though.
I can't put.
You know what I'm saying?
I can't put Duncan over Braun. The only two, I can maybe put Kareem above Braun, but even now I can't do that. And Mike has a strong case, no problem.
I think Mike has the strongest case, but anybody else is kind of like
what are we looking at? Look at Braun this year. Braun's in year 23, I think. And he's going to end the year top 10 in MVP voting, I'd assume. I'd assume he's going to end top MVP voting. His team is going to be at lowest 4 in the Western Conference. I mean, we've never seen nobody be this good for this long. So has he been a part of a dynasty? No. And to be fair, taking my Braun fan cap off, the reason for that is Braun doesn't stay long enough. Maybe if you stayed in Miami longer, he would have lost a little bit more, but maybe he could have won 3 in 6 years and, hey, it's a dynasty. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason. However, dynasties are very rare in the NBA. They're rare in sports. That's why we only have a handful of them. So I can give Mike a lot of credit. He was a part of one. Kobe was a part of one as a bus rider, not a driver, though.
I think he was a co-driver 2 out of those 3 years.
No, you're not a co-driver.
I think you could be a co-driver. I think that's unfair.
I feel like either you're a driver or you're not.
Thank you. There's
no in between.
Who was the driver of the Lakers?
Now, what I will say is your passenger pilot is can't be just as valuable as your pilot. They can't be.
Only reason I disagree is just because. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Wait, go ahead. My fault.
No, you good. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say not to knock Kobe, you feel me, at all, because I think Kobe was damn near equal to Shaq and them rings. You feel me? As far as importance go, maybe the numbers don't look like that. As far as importance, they were damn near equal. I will argue, but Shaq was just on some other shit, averaging like 35 a game. Like Shaq was doing some crazy shit, unheard shit. Like Shaq, low key, got one of the highest peaks of all time. So, like, that's not even a knock on Kobe to say, like, nigga, he wasn't. But he was in the backseat.
In 2001, Kobe averaged 28 and Shaq averaged 28. Kobe's averaged 5 assists. Like,
is this the season or the playoffs you're talking about?
That's the season.
No, you talking about the playoffs.
That's the season.
Oh, that's the season. I thought that was the playoffs.
That's 2001.
Playoff numbers and finals numbers?
29. The playoffs, Kobe at 29, Shaq at 30. If we go to the finals, let me go to the finals. What the fuck? How you get to the I'll be trying to find. I'm on Basketball Reference. I'm trying to find a link to that.
That nigga's on Sports Reference.
Yeah. Basketball Reference. Yeah.
That moves quick and easy. So Shaq averaged 33, 16, and 5 in the 01 finals.
And Kobe averaged 24, 7, and 5.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Kobe put a great, bro. If Shaq wasn't Shaq, Kobe would have got Finals MVP. But Shaq was just on a different level. That's like the LeBron. That's like the LeBron and Kyrie. Like that's low key how I look at that situation.
Shaq.
Like I look at them as a lesser degree.
Shaq in 2002 Finals averaged 36, 12, and 3.
What about the regular season?
I can pull that up.
Kobe averaged 25. Shaq averaged 27.
How many games Shaq played that 02 regular season? I would like to think
67, and Kobe played 80.
He missed a couple games. That was when he was coming in.
I'm just saying, like, the reason I say that co-driver because I think it's a few examples of a co-driver. It's them. It's Kareem and Magic. I look at Scottie as like a Kyrie and LeBron, not so much as the necessarily bus driver. Like if let's say for instance what Shaq brought up before, if Shaq was to get fouled out or like something happened to him, Kobe could easily just replace what Shaq was doing. Kyrie and Scottie necessarily wasn't gonna replace what Jordan and LeBron was doing. With Kareem and Magic, production-wise, they was able to keep. Well, at least Magic was able to keep the offense flowing. He wasn't gonna be as productive, like scoring-wise, as Kareem. And then I also say KD and Steph Curry. Like as much as people want to say KD was the best player, I just don't see it.
It's hard for me to say that when it comes to Pip because the thing is, he might have not matched what Jordan was going to do on offense, but one, Scotty was going to make better than Mike. So if you miss out on Scotty,
better or on par, I don't know about that.
And then in every finals that they played, with the exception of them last two, Scotty guarded the best. And Mike is out. Michael Jordan said himself, whole series, Michael was guarding Magic. It was in 91 and was getting his ass bust. So, and he was not getting it like he was getting cooked by Magic, but it was tiring him so much, he had nothing to give on offense. So, let's put Magic. That's why you end up 93. Same thing. Michael's not going to guard Charles Barkley. He can't. We're going to have Scotty do it. Scotty wasn't just a role player. So much so that when Michael went to go play baseball in 93, 94, the Bulls lost one game that regular season compared to the year before. And Scotty still took the eventual finals Knicks team to 7 games. See, if Braun's not with Kyrie, you don't even make the playoffs. If Kobe's not there with Shaq, or if Shaq ain't there with Kobe, you might make the playoffs as a 7 or 8 seed. That's why Scotty, he not a 1B, but if Kobe can be a co-driver, why can't Scotty be a co-driver?
He has an argument. I just don't see it as strong as the case as Kobe, just because of the level of dominance that Kobe had as a co-star versus Scotty. Like, because Kobe was doing the same. Like, Kobe was killing on defense too, so that wasn't even a conversation. That's just is what it is. But when you get to Scotty on offense, it was many games where it could have been. It's not the whole series, and it was sometimes it'd be a whole series where Scotty would disappear, and pretty much it'd just be up to Jordan to take over from the offensive side of things. And that's just how I look at it. Like with Shaq and Kobe, it wasn't too many games neither one of them could disappear and necessarily keep that level of production going as a team and be like champions.
In the 2000 finals, the Lakers were still able to pull it off, and Kobe, that's arguably Kobe's worst finals other than 04.
2000, who did they play?
The Pacers.
And that's fine, but even with the Western Conference, like even getting through the Western Conference with one of them being kind of inconsistent, I don't necessarily know if they get a three-peat, things like that.
I was gonna say to that Kobe and Kyrie comparison or whatever, right? I was gonna say, or not the Kyrie, the Kobe and at that point, you feel me? Like if we had known what Kobe would be without Shaq, I feel like that argument works. But since we know what Kobe turned into without Shaq, I kind of feel like comparing Scottie Pippen and Kobe is being disingenuous. Like Kobe is clearly a 1B and Scottie Pippen is like a 2. I think you could make the comparison as far as they did both play as secondary option behind somebody who was just so great at scoring that, you feel me, it gave him the freedom to do whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the comparison and stuff. But that was
I'm sure it was.
When Pippen was on the Trailblazers, him and Kobe had a matchup, bro. They was like marketing it like it was a marquee matchup, bro.
Look, somebody has to play Robin. You're not gonna win with 2 Batmans. Somebody got to play Robin. This is the conversation
that I would rebuttal, and it's not my original thought. He's not an assistant. Robin's is Batman assistant versus Batman versus Superman as peers, or Superman versus like the Hulk or Iron Man or peers. Like they respect each other.
I get what you're saying. I was about to say, I was like, Alfred is Batman's assistant.
No, but like Robin is like he's not his own individual hero. He's looked at
when
as a sidekick.
When I say Robin, I don't mean a direct comparison. It's just a thing of like pecking order.
Yeah, but Batman, that's the thing. But when you look at it,
Batman.
But when you look at it as an Avenger versus like, and Robin still has this like tangible, like
So then they're Batman and Spider-Man.
Essentially, and it's like what they are able to do on their levels is like for instance, Batman gonna bring the IQ, he's gonna bring the different insight, gadgets, game planning. Spider-Man gonna do the fucking athletic, crazy fucking shit like that. But regardless, they both need each other to be dominant. Versus like,
yeah, I think that was Kobe and Shaq true.
Yeah, and it's like they respect each other. Versus like Batman versus Robin is like, nigga, that's my mentor, and like he almost has to just listen to whatever I say. And that's what like the Scottie Pippen and Jordan kind of feel like, and you even kind of feel that with Scottie and how he kind of like shady and shit towards Jordan these days.
He don't like that nigga Jordan, bro.
Well, I think it's because of how Jordan treated Scottie post the way that shit fell apart. You know, Jordan was calling Scottie selfish for, you know, holding out, wanting a new deal, even though everybody said Scottie Pippen was severely underpaid.
Bro, Scottie Pippen got finessed
exactly
into a 10-year deal.
Exactly, on some man shit. Just on some man shit, you can't tell me I'm being selfish when it comes to my money and what I feel I'm worth. I don't think any of us would take no slander like that. So that's some hoe shit on Jordan's end. He is shady as fuck, though.
I ain't gonna lie to you. That shit was like 26 years ago, gang. You don't let it go.
Exactly. Like, stop calling niggas selfish, gang. You still won, bro. Still won, bro. If anybody was selfish, it was Jerry Krause. Don't blame none of the players or whatever. That's the only thing. I'm not finna put Bean over Bron, and it's been that way since, if not the 2016 finals, then at least the 2018 finals. Because
I honestly think ever since 2016, it's not been a real, like, I feel like before that, it was definitely a real conversation.
As
like, people really used to debate that. But I think after that 3-1 comeback, it like put LeBron, it kind of put him in a different stratosphere. But that let me know that the talent was never that far off. It was always just a matter of success.
Because, like, the thing is, and look, I'm a Kobe fan, so I'll give Kobe this. We were robbed of 6 years of Kobe's career. I always compare Kobe to Wayne. Kobe came into the league, and he didn't have that chance to just, this is your franchise. You got the keys to it. Just like Wayne came into Hot Boys. You know, he had to play a role. He was dominant in his role, but he didn't get the keys handed to him. Then towards the end of Kobe's career, them injuries piled up. Kind of the same thing with Wayne. After Carter Ford, the contract shit with Birdman, we were robbed out of years of prime Wayne. So if I'm just being fair to Kobe, 6 years of his career was robbed. You know, I would like to think if he had the keys, the all-time stats.
Crazy, but whatever.
Huh?
I'm being funny.
But if I got to just work with what I got to work with, Kobe doesn't have as many dominant regular seasons as Bron as an individual. Kobe doesn't have more dominant playoffs than Bron as an individual. And
I don't know, man.
He does. He doesn't.
That's a tough
if you want to say,
because what is your level of dominance?
If you want to say harder comp, then fine. But as far as just individual numbers, signature playoff games, Bron has more of those than Kobe does.
I don't know about that.
Like the same way I can point to Jordan getting
what, like, are these signature moments leading to wins? Like, what are we talking about? How many signature moments was leading to championships?
Well, with Bron, okay, but see, if we do that, Kobe's only gone. So wait, Bron's gone to the finals 10 times in 23 years. Kobe went 7 times in 20 years. So I'm just comparing their dominant. If you want to just compare dominant signature games on the road to their championship years, that's fine. We can do that. Game 4 in 2016, he had signature games in that postseason. Off the top of my head, I can think 1 and 2 and 5 and 6 against Toronto in the Eastern Conference Finals. And then when they came back 3-1, them last 3 games were all signature. 41 back-to-back triple-double in Game 7.
And yeah, I mean, I agree with the game.
Like, if I'm looking at Kobe,
I agree with the games. The games,
like, if I'm looking at Kobe
and all that shit, whatever. But outside of that, I still think Kobe had just as many big moments. When you talk about,
no, I can't. You saying on their way to championships? 2000, Kobe had 1 big signature. No, I'll be fair. He had 2 big signature games that playoff run. He had Game 7 against Portland, and he had the Game 4 where he came back from the ankle injury. That's just 2. Bron had 3 to 4 his first ring. 2001, He had the game 4 against Sacramento on the road, and then he had game 2 against Philadelphia. 2002.
I'm sure there's way more than that.
No, not in that 0-1 run. Not in the 0-1
You think
run.
he only had 2 good games the whole playoffs?
I didn't say good games. I say signature.
What's a signature moment to you?
To be honest, LeBron's career is more narratively woven than Kobe is.
You said it's more
There's no way this is a comparison. LeBron's career has more narrative in it than Kobe. So with that being said, he's gonna have more moments that are more significant to his not legacy, but just his perception.
And how it's covered and stuff. I see what he's saying. I'll move off the point. I'm not, and I get it's kind of splitting hairs when you get into that. I also want to get into like how when you go into just looking at how they play the game outside of the passing from LeBron. There's nothing that I see that's fundamentally better than Kobe. Like, yeah, he was able to accumulate a couple more rebounds and assists.
I think Kobe is a more skilled player overall. I don't think anybody really debates more skilled.
And see, when we talk skill, see, the thing is, like, so DC, you would agree that Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback ever, right?
I would.
Wait.
You would agree Tom Brady's the greatest quarterback ever, right?
Yeah.
But is he necessarily more skilled at quarterback than Peyton Manning is?
Yeah, I mean, technically.
Nah. The Sheriff?
Is he more skilled than Aaron Rodgers is at quarterback?
I mean, it just depends on you. If you only want to look at, if you want to only look at arm talent, but that's not only skill. Like as far as a quarterback,
I didn't say that.
Being able to read a defense, being able to have a on-field adjustments. It's so much that go into that. Being able to go through your progressions consistently. It's a lot that go into it than just being able to make a throw at a certain and it looked pretty. So I like when you say skilling for Tom Brady, it's hard to argue that. And Peyton Manning is my favorite quarterback of all time, but it's hard to argue.
Well, then let me do a basketball one. We'd all agree Hakeem Olajuwon is more skilled than Shaq, right?
Yeah,
skill.
I'll go with that. Footwork and mid-range,
but
throws, posts.
But he's not greater than Shaq.
Arguable.
Well, that's because the all-time greats have one skill that they're super high in level skill that nobody else can match. It's like Steph with the 3-ball. He may not be more skilled than other players in certain other areas, but that 3-ball is so skilled that it elevates.
And you know what I think Bron's skill is, DC, that nobody else can match? It's the IQ.
I think it's his IQ.
Thank you.
I highly disagree. Kobe IQ and Kobe IQ and Jordan IQ was just as insane as LeBron in every way and facet. From understanding what defenses wanted to do and being able to just be able to make defensive plays and offensive plays and being able to run a triangle. Like, come on, bro. I completely
the only
disagree.
Reason why I can't, only reason why I can't go with that is because Jordan and Kobe are reading defenses for how they can score, which is fine. That's cool. That's how they approach the game. Kobe and Jordan read defenses about how can I take advantage to score most of the time.
And how to facilitate the productive offense and get guys open. They got a lot of assists based on teams trying to.
I didn't say that was how. I didn't say that was the only way. 2 or 3 people watching. I didn't say that was the only way. I said majority of the time, the defense.
Nah, I mean, when you look at you can't say majority of the time.
I'm going off what the niggas said.
You can't go off majority of the time with career stats. Jordan is 35-6, like as a shooting guard. Like, what are we talking about? He wasn't even asked to facilitate, and he still was able to do it just off being able to manipulate the game. Like, he knew how teams was going to react to him, and he knew how if you didn't react the right way, I'm going to abuse you with my teammates. If you can't stop me from getting to my spots, why would I do anything different? First of all, just like that's why basketball was dominated by big men, because you couldn't stop them from getting to their spots. I don't give a fuck how pretty or different or unique shit may be. Nigga, can you get the ball in the hoop? That's basketball. So can you stop a guy from getting to his most accurate spots? That's the first thing with Jordan. No, you couldn't. The rare chance you did, it was going to take 2 or 3 niggas, and he abused it every time. He going to make the right play every time. But the thing is with LeBron, you want him.
He had to be taught to make the right play, too.
Not necessarily. Even
necessarily.
Jordan first year, he averaged Jordan rookie year, he averaged 8 assists.
To say otherwise.
Jordan rookie year, it was 29, 5, and 8.
And he was not winning. We're talking about years, but I'm speaking on his years with Michael Adams.
You can't say that the team wasn't a winning team because the team wasn't organized. I know where you're going. I'm just sorry. It's a bad point. You can't say his first. You just say his first year he wasn't a winning guy. It does that. That's crazy.
First year.
I'm talking about the year. So what is your point?
For them to go from just either mediocre team or just dominating the conference, in order for them to excel to championship, he did have to be told, Michael, you cannot win it all by yourself. This has been told by Michael Jordan.
Nah, this has been told by many people. You can watch the Last Dance right now.
You're talking about in key moments where everyody has to learn how. You got your point off, right?
No, you kept interrupting.
But you just got your full point off, right?
So
like I said,
don't hypocrite.
But I'm doing it to be real, not to just to interrupt for no reason. And
that's not being real. Go ahead.
You just said you're just doing it to do it.
No, you got it.
Versus being in a real conversation. Like, come on. Like I said, and you almost distracted me. With Jordan, we were getting into what? We don't remember?
You were getting into how he didn't necessarily have to be instructed to come off
that's
the
not necessarily what I was saying. I was just saying everyone has to learn how to do things in intricate moments as far as key moments when you're in your up-and-coming phase of your career. As you become in your championship window, usually most people already are making adjustments and learn how to make adjustments. That's a natural progression of the game if you want to become a champion. Like, everyone has to learn how to be a great player versus a champion. No one just is born a champion. So, first of all, that's just the thing. But when you talk about him being – because you're making it seem like he was this – what it comes off as is he was this selfish guy until he got Phil Jackson. His rookie year, he averaged 8 assists. Every year after that, he was averaging more than 5 assists, along with still giving you hella buckets. If you look at the basic stats, points, assists, rebounds, steals, blocks from LeBron or Jordan. Jordan has 44 total basic points. LeBron has 45. So when we talk about basic stats, it's not like there's this far off thing as far as like, oh, this guy is such a IQ guy, know how to make better passes and do these things. The 2 extra assists is great, but they were at the same level of production when you add points and all these other things. Then when you go into advanced stats, this is shout out to what's the nigga that do all the basketball shit stuff? I forget the nigga name on YouTube. The biggest nigga.
There's too many niggas that do advanced stats.
No, but the dude that's the biggest dude. What the fuck? Let me see. I just looked up this shit. Whatever. I'll finish talking.
But
High rollers.
High rollers. Jimmy High Rollers. So when you go to advanced stats, that's when Jordan starts to take off. And this is what I was facing.
What I will say is I agree with you on the point that using assists as a metric to say that one is definitively a better playmaker or higher IQ, that's a fallacy. That's not a good way of going about it.
Yeah, and when this is all I say to wrap up the basic points. I think with the basic scoring, they both was average. They both was at 44, 45. That's both like pretty much them in the same. I think Jordan in key moments was able to keep that average. In key moments where LeBron, in certain moments, not all his final series and playoffs, he'll fall short of those averages. Where like in 07, if you look at Game 3 and Game 4, there was a 1-point game and a 3-point game. LeBron underperformed to his average of the season, which was 25 to 30 points, which you couldn't expect from LeBron in the regular season and the playoffs before that. He came up short to a point where he got swept. Maybe he wouldn't have won, but he got swept. And that's what I'm saying. With Jordan, when he was losing, it wasn't necessarily because he fell off from his basic average 44 points of production or PRA plus the steals and defense that you can kind of throw in there. It was more of because of the team and things like that. It was a couple of games like that I did see when we was going through it, but that was more of the case for LeBron. And I think when you get into advanced stats, that's why that backs it, my statement so well.
to kind of like, I guess, like low key going off of that. My whole thing is saying that LeBron has like one of the highest IQs. Wasn't to say that Jordan or Kobe necessarily didn't prepare or didn't have a high IQ. What I was saying is that unlike Kobe and Jordan, that is LeBron's best skill. Like, I feel like Kobe and Jordan, their best skill is something different. You know, you could argue whatever that may be, but I feel like with LeBron, it's inarguable that his IQ, to me at least, it's inarguable that his IQ is his best skill.
DZ.
Go ahead, Evan.
I've heard Jay, shout out to Jay, because I'm finna use this thing. He has compared the difference with these players as one likes the hammer, one likes the scalpel. They're both killers. So when I say Bron has the highest basketball IQ all the time, that's not me saying that Mike and Kobe don't. I just think his IQ is a bit higher, and he uses it in more ways to advantage the game than they do. That doesn't make them terrible or anything. That's fine if you disagree. My point is, majority of the time, Jordan and especially Kobe were looking at ways to beat the defense with their buckets. Not saying they weren't trying to get guys involved, because if that were the case, they'd average like 3 assists. But majority of the time, it was, where can I find my spots to score? Whereas Bron is trying to find his spots for him to score. He's trying to find spots to best set his teammates up. And then on the other end, when he's playing defense, knowing the team's plays, knowing their offensive plays, knowing what spots certain players want to be in, knowing what type of set.
Offensive plays,
no one said he didn't. It's just
they knew him to the most elite level.
This guy just might know them. This guy just might know them more.
I haven't seen the proof. I haven't seen the proof in that, because where is the adjustments? So when you play these all-time great teams, where are the adjustments from his IQ?
The proof of that would be Doc Rivers. He has a direct quote where he said, in Cleveland, that wasn't what Bron was doing. He wasn't sitting there calling out our plays. He was just playing basketball. The moment Bron got to Miami, you could tell he took more time in film. We can give Eric Spoelstra credit if we like. I haven't heard anyone credit him, but maybe he had a hand in that. Doc said Bron was a different way. He was calling out all our plays. He was calling out the sets we were going to run for KG. He was calling out the sets we were going to run. We were going to run for Paul Pierce.
You don't think Kobe and
he's
Jordan
not
been doing that, bro? What
that
was basically bullshit for Kobe and Jordan.
I'm going off of what the niggas say. If you want to assume, that's cool.
It's nothing to assume. If you think that is crazy. I do. I bet, brother. I'm asking you. I was speaking for you. I said, if you don't think that, I'm talking for you when I say that, not me. I know for a fact.
Kobe was sitting here calling out.
I just watched the TikTok on this same stream that said the same shit that you're saying. It was an NBA player or an NBA coach that said the same shit. I just watched the TikTok about how Jordan knew exactly what the nigga was. It was on his last dance. They talked about this shit. So it's not a thing, nigga. I just said go watch the last dance.
I'm gonna keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Most all-time greats do have that in them. They do have that level of being able to read plays, essentially. Because that's what that is. That's like a quarterback being able to read a play.
And Jordan was
like maybe they don't. Because look, I'm even on the basic level. When I was playing high school basketball, you feel me? There's a team that we played twice a season. And they used to have this play called four horns floppy. The four horns is when they stick up the two fingers on outside of your two middle fingers. They stick up when they did the two horns and they flipped them down. That was two horns floppy. So we knew what the play was just from playing them. So like LeBron being able to recall plays, that's kind of expected for how great he is. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not saying that it's not high IQ though. That is definitely high IQ still.
Again, I'm only going.
But it's definitely.
You're saying
like I've heard stories similarly about Larry Bird, about Jordan. Anybody that was a hound on defense, not anybody, but anybody that's in that top 10 all time conversation. I've heard stories about most of them doing that, except for like Tim Duncan, because he don't talk.
So you're saying it's not an anomaly?
No, yeah, it's at least in this range of players, it's not.
And if I was saying it like it was, That's not what I was trying to say. I was just saying one guy just might have it a bit higher than the other two guys. Doesn't mean they don't have it at all. Doesn't mean they don't have it at an elite level. I just think he has it higher.
Oh no, I agree with you. But to be fair to those guys, LeBron and Kobe are the only ones I saw in live time. I didn't get to watch Michael Jordan. I didn't get to watch Magic. I didn't get to watch Larry Bird or none of these other niggas in real time. But I saw Kobe and LeBron in real time reading plays. I saw LeBron in real time being like, hey, nah, you switch. They finna come and do the pin down screen right here at the baseline. You stay right here. I'm going to roll up. And then they go and do that shit. And they go do exactly what he said.
That could just be in their difference of leadership. Braun is going to be more of the talking, communicating on the court. Jordan's going to talk a little, but he's more so going to lead by example.
Yeah. So that could be that.
It could be their difference of leadership.
It could be.
Because Tim Duncan wasn't going to talk a lot on the court, but he was going to lead.
But he could do that shit. But he was still going to rotate correctly.
I just think Braun's greatest fundamental skill is his basketball IQ.
I think is what I like to call it is the player coach. That's what I think is his greatest thing. He's a player coach. He's a player who's developed this mentality to think of things like he's a coach.
And then
that's what I think is his greatest.
And then the other fundamental skill I'll give Braun is being able to fit in whatever pocket I have to fit in for us to win. If you grow up and you play sports, that's what coaches pride. Like, okay, look, if you're not finna get 23 shots this game, how else can you really help us win?
Let's say how else can you?
What examples? I'm curious. What examples of him adapting to other ways of basketball do you have?
Well, the easiest example, most recent example that I can think of is when AD comes join the Lakers and they tell Braun, okay, Braun, we need you to score less. We need you to facilitate more. And what happens is he leads the league in assists with 11. Or when he plays with
What about the Olympics? Shit, the Olympics when he was.
Then you can go. I didn't want to use
go
that
to the Olympics too.
I didn't want to use that because you're surrounded by like great players. So I mean, you should adjust to great players like Devin Booker. Like Devin Booker did it too. That's why I didn't want to use that. The other example I can think of is when Kyrie's coming to a surgence in 2015 and 16 regular seasons, and he's with a ball dominant guard, a guard that's not really going to play off the ball. Braun now, hey, look, Braun, we don't need you to play on ball a lot. We need you to play more off ball. He does it seamlessly. There's no drop off in any way. There's no drop off in his points. There's no drop off in his efficiency.
You can argue that with the Heat too. You can argue that with the Heat, to be honest too.
Well, there you
go. He had to learn how to play more off ball because
there you go there.
On the Cavs, it was just him passing the ball to a bunch of niggas.
And then the Cavs was like, the first thing is, hey, we need you to do everything. Okay, I can sit here and do everything. I go to Miami, hey, we need you to play off ball because you're dealing with a dominant ball handling guard. I can do that. I'm dealing with a ball dominant guard in Cleveland, just in a different way. I can sit back. I'm not gonna play the second fiddle, but I'm gonna sit back and adjust my game. And then now you're seeing it. And then now you're seeing it with Luka DC. And then now you're seeing it with Luka DC, where I'm not really gonna come touch the ball at all and initiate offense now. And there's no drop off. That's the beauty of him being the Swiss Army knife.
Is because at the end of the day, he still was like the main ball handler and one of the guys with the most highest usage rates, and the game still facilitated around what LeBron wanted to do for the most part in all of those situations. It's kind of even.
I agree. I agree. Yeah, I was gonna say I agree with that thought process as far as being like, well, I mean the playbook is still garnered around you, but that wasn't really the argument. The argument was, can he make adjustments? You feel me? And he's shown that he can make adjustments. Maybe not deferring. He hasn't shown that he can defer, not fully, anyways. Except for now.
That's not necessarily. Even right
he's
now,
shown that he can make adjustments.
Like other guys got to get the ball.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And that's what I'm saying. Like that's why I was saying. That's why I was like, he hasn't really shown the ability to be able to. Thank you, Tim Duncan is a perfect example.
Because he could average 25, but he gonna tone it down to 18. Because he could
he
gonna get more guys facilitating.
The end of his career, that nigga was coasting. That nigga was like, I'm finna average 14 in the season. Y'all finna get this easy double-double, this 14 and 10. Nigga, and the rest is up to y'all.
I can give respect to that. I think with Duncan played, Duncan didn't play 20 years. Duncan played like 18. But, Braun for 20 years has played different roles while being the best guy, and there's been no drop. He's been the perfect Swiss Army knife. Along with his IQ, I think those are like his two. Look, I'm the highest all time. Like Jordan and Kobe. It's like, hey, look, when it comes to just getting a bucket, no matter situation.
Just getting a bucket, that's what be frustrating me because they Swiss Army knives too. Like that's the crazy.
No. I wasn't saying that to shit on them. Chill out. I'm saying like when it comes to getting a bucket, like, hey, look, I'm a scorer. It doesn't matter if you put a taller defender on me, a stronger defender on me, double team, 2-3 zone. It doesn't matter. I have multiple ways where I can score. Like, and that's where they are the highest all time, and then everybody else is like low key below them, or similar to like Wilt, where it's like, hey, it don't matter if you put 3 guys around me, 4 guys around me, I'm gonna get these rebounds. Like,
I'm getting to the fucking paint, nigga.
Exactly. Like
you better put the whole fucking team right there.
Exactly. Every all-time great has that one thing that they're high at. That like the other all-time greats might be close, but it's like you're not one.
This is
I
why
think LeBron's IQ Swiss Army knife.
With the Swiss and Army knife thing, when you say these guys more focused on getting a bucket, Jordan takes 22.5 shots per game on his career. Kobe takes 19.5 and LeBron takes 19. We're talking about a margin of like 4 points when you say bring in Jordan. Like it's not really that crazy when you especially consider.
Is that their all-time stats?
That's career.
So that's the all-time stats.
Yeah, that's career. So it's like for me, they average the same amount of shots. One guy averaged a couple more points. LeBron averaged a couple more assists. Both of them got Kobe as far as points per game, assists per game, and shit like that. But Kobe
I will say
be up there too.
Oh, I agree. I think Jordan and Kobe are more versatile scorers than LeBron is.
That's what I was trying to.
And they're what? And let me ask you this: and they're what? 70% of the passer and playmaker of LeBron, or 80%? Like it's still hella
and
close.
That's the thing. That's also another thing. They're great playmakers. They're just not as good a passer as LeBron.
Yeah, I agree. The same way he's not as good of a scorer as far as ways to get a bucket.
But I would argue the drop off in scoring ability versus Kobe and Jordan may be like from LeBron is like he's like 50 to 60 versus like their passing ability is only like 20 or 30% shorter. Or missing.
No, I could see that. I could see that. I'm not against that, to be honest with you, because to me, at this stage, when you talking about the GOAT, those little differences make a huge difference. You feel me? It may be small, it may be negligible, but I definitely think it does. At least in these conversations, we're just doing overall basketball conversations. Like we just talking about regular niggas. You tell me Patrick Beverly averaged 7 assists. And motherfucking Trae Young averaged 7 assists. You're not finna tell me they're the same level of playmaker. You're not. But when it comes to Jordan, Kobe, LeBron's, those type of niggas, I could see that. I could see you being like, well, I mean, the difference ain't that far. So you feel me? And they all great. So yeah, they probably are around a similar level. I could see that.
Yeah,
because it's not like even with the differences, it's not like the difference is so crazy that it's like, nigga, you're crazy for thinking that. Like, I don't think the difference is that crazy.
The same way when it comes to scoring, the same way it is with their passing. Like, Kobe and Jordan are better scorers when it comes to how to get a bucket. Is it that far off from Bron as far as the production? No, but the versatility, yes. Like
that's how I feel about the passing with him. LeBron is definitely a better passer, but like, because of his versatility, the way he can get the ball around, the way he can move that bitch on. But
it's not too far.
In production, it's not that much different. Exactly, yeah. That because it's like the James Harden versus Giannis debate when that shit was going on.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's like, yeah, James Harden is more skilled, but Giannis is still averaging 30 on run and dunk. So like, what does it matter? You know what I mean? Like, sure, yeah, James Harden is more skilled. You're not wrong. Yeah, he can do way more with the ball than Giannis could do. But yeah, exactly. But until somebody could stop that nigga from dropping 30 a game on running and dunking, fuck it, nigga, we running and dunking. Nigga,
I want to ask this question, and we maybe can wrap up here because I think it's a good question. What do you guys think is LeBron's championship window from his legacy and his career? Me, I just throw this out here. I said anywhere from 2010 or 9, I'm going to say 10, all the way to 2016, what would y'all say? And I got a follow-up question after that, but y'all let y'all get y'all shit off.
2010 to 17. I think that was his best. I think those 7 years.
So when we're saying years where niggas thought LeBron legitimately was gonna win if he went to the finals.
I take that. He had the best chance to win a championship.
Like legitimately.
Yeah, like people thought he was gonna win. It wasn't like awesome like him going up against the Spurs where like nigga you're outmatched. Stop playing.
Yeah.
Okay, I agree. Like 2010. And it ended 2017 technically, but to me it ended 2016 after he won that ring, and they got KD after that. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, it's arguable.
Yeah, I say the beginning of 17 is when that shit ended. As soon as they got KD, niggas was like, yeah, bro. I thought the Warriors was gonna look, bro. I right hand to my daughter's life, bro. When LeBron first won that 3-1 comeback, I remember turning to my dad and was like, bro, the Warriors gonna win a ring next year. He was like, how, bro? They just lost. I was like, they gonna do something, bro. They gonna shake up their roster somehow. I didn't think they was gonna get Kevin Durant. I wasn't. You feel me? I wasn't a guru. I wasn't a guru on that point, but I just thought they was gonna do something. Because I was telling them, I was like, all they need is somebody that could match LeBron. I was like, they don't even need nobody to be as good as LeBron. But I was like, but if LeBron dropped 30, they need that nigga to at least drop 20 to 25. I was like, at least.
And they definitely got it.
And then they went and got Kevin Durant. I didn't know they was going to do all that.
Like, the window necessarily hasn't been closed. I mean, because, hell, he has a great chance to win a championship this year. But those 7 years were his, like...
He's in the contender window right now. I don't know necessarily about championship window.
I think he's in the contender window. I think if next year the Lakers boom niggas and they start out hella crazy or something, say the first 20 games, the Lakers win, like, 13 or something. You feel me? They start off 13.
I mean, you can do anything in the contender spot.
Yeah, so it just depends on where they. I think the championship window will open again depending on how the Lakers end this season. Like if they go to the third round and then they lose or whatever the fuck, and then they come back next season and they still good, then I think it'll be a championship window again. But I think right now we in that contender stage. We trying to see where we really what our range is right now. We trying to see how far our haymakers can stretch right now. That's really what I'm looking at. We in the, the beginning rounds of the boxing fight, nigga, where niggas is just throwing jabs. Ain't nobody throwing no big punches. That's where we at right now. We just throwing jabs, seeing where we could land.
I definitely agree. And so I'll give my follow-up episode. Now, we kind of all say about 6 to 7 years. Do we take... Well, I'll say this. I won't even ask a question. I won't lead. For me personally, like I said, the bank of success, your championship window and how you capitalize on it can affect how you should be ranked to a certain degree, if you ask me. And when you look at LeBron's championship window, he had about 6-7 years, and he came up with only 3 championships in that championship. With 3 in that window though.
Mm-hmm.
And arguably he had good enough teams to compete in all of those championships.
With the exception of 2.
The 2017 and 18, the only 2 that I feel like in that span.
That wasn't a part of our stint though. We left that out.
Well, yeah, 2018 was and 2017 was.
No, we didn't put 2017 in there. We didn't put 2017 in.
Oh yeah. We said that's when it ended. Okay.
That's when it ended.
2010
I
to
think
2016.
I think he had I think he had teams, with the exception of 2015.
You talking about what you said D Wade was old at that point?
No. 2015 that first year.
No, 2015. That was the first year with the Cavs. Kyrie went down with a knee injury. I think he dislocated his knee or something.
No, he broke.
And then he broke his knee, and then Kevin Durant went down later, a little bit after that.
So 2015 and I say 2014 was not a good enough team to beat that Spurs team. That Spurs team won 67 games. They were historically good on offense.
I think that Spurs team was better.
Was not that Spurs team in 2014.
I think that Spurs team was better, but I don't think it was so lopsided that I can discount that for him. You know, I mean, like with 2017, 2018, right? I could sort of be like, nigga, that those odds are so stacked, nigga. You stood zero chance. At least with the Spurs, they were clearly the better team. You know, that year, that 2014 year, they were clearly the better team. Like, obviously, but
in every match,
they weren't so much better that I could like be like, damn, LeBron, like that. I feel bad for you, bro. Like, nah, nigga, you just got outplayed.
2015,
you know what I mean?
2015 and 2017. Then so 2 years.
So okay. So even in
like,
that stint, it was 1 year, and it's not even a year. It happened to be a series where a guy got hurt, and it kind of just like killed that. And that's a part of championship stints. Niggas can get hurt.
Well, no.
Coaches can make bad moves. GMs can fuck up. So what you gonna say?
I was saying it's not just a guy. Like
no. I completely agree. But I was gonna say I was about to take away that year completely. Like, well, that was only a year away from it. But it's kind of like an asterisk. Like, it was a part of your championship stint, but it got. If you look at what happened that year specifically, literally the key player got hurt. So it's like you won't really. So we'll say he had 5 years of a window with 6 being a guy got hurt.
Where he could have won. Where he
had the highest chance. To win.
Yeah. So
because 2018, you got a chance to contend, obviously, and you did. 2019.
Yeah, but you know damn well he wasn't winning that shit.
Well, of course, we all knew, but this is where he got to contend. 2019, your team was hurt the whole year or whatever. 2020, you was a couple niggas' favorites, so
I ain't gonna lie to you. That 2020 year, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you. That break really did benefit them niggas, bro, because every year after that, them niggas was injured.
Well, 2021, the only problem was them niggas got hurt so late.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean.
But
every year after that, if you peep that, every year after that, them niggas got injured within like 25 games of the playoffs. Every year after
2021, like that break, the 2020 break, it benefited them, but then it hurt them because you remember the season ended in October and started right back in December.
Yeah, so it benefited them at the time.
Right back in December was a minute. That's a month of change.
Yeah. You right. It benefited them, but it hurt in the long run.
We literally end middle of October to come right back on Christmas Day. Like usually your off season is from June to
like
end of October. It's like
you usually get like 90 days, right? Like you usually get at least 90 days.
You get 90 days before training camp and preseason.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Before you gotta do your media speaking shit and start training and all that, you usually get at least 90 days.
So
I don't even think they got a full 60.
So like
they got 67.
67? Oh, okay.
So
see, that's still not a lot, but I get what you mean. I get what you mean.
So it hurt them in the long run because I definitely believe that 2021 Lakers team was way better than 2020. Talent-wise,
I think so. I think across the board they were better, mostly because
them niggas got hurt because they was up 2-1 on the eventual finals Phoenix Suns and up by double digits in Game 4, and then AD got hurt, and it was like, damn.
That's like the Spurs in 2017, boy. You couldn't have told me they wasn't finna beat the Warriors.
Like, I don't like doing the coulda, woulda, shoulda thing or if was a fifth thing, but if the Suns. They beat the Lakers, and then they played the Nuggets the next round with no Murray. And then they played the Clippers with no PG. With no Kawhi. Maybe Kawhi don't get injured in this scenario. But damn, bro, that would have been a path to the finals. Now, I definitely think we would have lost to the Bucks, though. I'm going to just keep it a stack. Like, I don't.
But yeah, that was Giannis' year.
Exactly. Like, I don't think we would have been able to beat them.
I'm not going to lie to you. Real hoop fans love that final. That was a good ass final.
That was the last great finals we had. Like
I ain't really bro.
With storyline,
like the Celtics and Mavericks, bro.
Nah, that wasn't
the Celtics and Mavericks. I was bored.
Then Curry went after Giannis.
That was
Curry went after Giannis, right?
Yeah, he won 22.
Nah, yeah, Curry won the next year. I like that final.
But I like 2021 more because it was like, damn, is Giannis gonna get his first or is CP3 gonna get his first? I'm
not gonna lie to you.
It was I
only like it because of the result. Like I really wanted Giannis to get that first ring because I
I was a James Harden hater, bro. When niggas was talking about Giannis didn't deserve that MVP, bro, look, I was so upset. I didn't start liking James Harden until I started doing fantasy sports, and this nigga was dropping like 60 a game. I was like, yeah, I'm a James Harden fan now.
I'm a Harden
but
fan.
like,
I ain't gonna lie,
bro. Before that, I hated that nigga. I used to watch this nigga, bro. He'd be hooking niggas and jump and be like, "Oh, foul!" I'm like, bro, are you fucking kidding me, bro?
Boy,
and niggas used to try to compare that shit to Kobe. I was like, no, there's a difference between drawing fouls and baiting fouls, bro. There's a fucking difference. Bro, I was like, I need y'all to stop playing.
I was a Harden hater day one when he got traded to the Rockets. I remember. And I'm like,
that nigga been hating from day one.
Bro, because you got to remember, I just saw this nigga basically choke in 2012. He didn't do shit.
Yeah, he was
I'm
burned.
like, this is supposed to be the franchise now? Fuck no. And in 2013, they lost, but I ain't going to show them too bad, whatever. 2014, after that 2014 loss when Dame Lillard hit that shot, I was like, watch, this nigga going to sell year after year after year. He sold in 2015. I ain't going to say he sold in 2016. He wasn't supposed to beat them. 2017, bro. When that nigga lost to Manu and them, no Kawhi, just Manu and them, and then went to the strip club right after, I was like, yeah, see, no, I can't get behind this type of shit. Like,
no. One of the players I hate on, bro, for no reason, bro, is D'Angelo Russell. Like, I like him now. Like on his second stint with the Lakers.
Funny nigga.
Bro, but that first time he went on the Lakers, bro, I used to hate that nigga, bro. Because I knew niggas like D-Lo, bro. Like when I played basketball, you feel me? If you play basketball, like at least up to high school, bro, you knew a D-Lo or two, bro. You knew one. You just did. That fucking point guard, bro, that be doing too much with the ball, bro.
Sorry, too cool for school ass nigga.
But sorry as fuck on the court. Like, bro, how you gonna be too cool for school and sorry on the court, bro?
Let
you
me
can't.
tell
You
look,
pick one struggle.
I was rooting for us to draft D'Lo in 2015, believe it or not. All of our number 2 picks in that span, I picked right. In 2015, I wanted us to take D'Lo because a lot of niggas were saying to take Joel. I even heard niggas say Jaleel Okafor. And I was like, fuck no.
What I will say is I didn't hate him when he got drafted. I thought he was a good idea when he drafted. It was just once he got on the court.
Where you came from? He wasn't that bad in college.
Yeah, nah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't think it was a bad idea to pick him up, but once he got on the court, I was like, "What the fuck, bro? What the fuck is going on?" Bro, and you know what's crazy? That shit used to get on my nerves too.
Nah,
but that shit, and then that shit with Nick Young, didn't even faze me. I didn't even care about that shit.
I always thought Brandon Ingram was cold. I said if the Lakers get the number 1 pick, take Brandon Ingram.
No, he's good, but people was putting him on the level of KD, and like they were saying,
niggas were saying he was the next KD.
It was like
I didn't see KD with him. I saw more like Jerry Stackhouse with him.
Yeah, I didn't see KD. Yeah, Stack
they only did that
probably
KD
a better
because he's a tall, lanky ass nigga. That's why
I always look for him to be a KD. Yeah, he's more like you said, like a on steroids. Well, not even Jerry Stackhouse, but he might be like Jerry, but like on steroids, Lamar Odom or like a Sean Marion or somebody like that. Like they can score, they're gonna get you buckets, but like not necessarily your main guy or something like that.
Yeah, you don't want them to be your primary scorer.
Like the reason why I ain't want Ben Simmons is when that nigga said, "I don't have to worry about getting a jump shot right now."
Yeah, I didn't want that.
I was like, damn, you don't want to work on a weakness right now? Oh hell!
I was early on Ben Simmons, bro. You want to know how? You know how you was laughing at him for hating early with James. I've been hating Ben Simmons since he didn't make the finals, the playoffs in the championship. What the fuck? I cannot talk right now. I've been drinking.
You talking about March Madness?
Bro.
Yes, he did not make it. Right? Like, bro, I'm like, how the fuck you can't make that, nigga?
And if you look at
Ben Simmons was probably the first player that I hated. As soon as they entered the league without seeing them play.
Bryce, I don't know if you're by your computer, but if you look up Ben Simmons' college stats, them shits was not even impressive. I'm sorry. Like, I remember, I can't remember right now, but I remember them pulling it up on draft day. And I'm like, where are y'all getting generational talent? Like, I'm not seeing this shit.
Well,
Like
I used to hate when they called that nigga the next LeBron, bro.
He had 19 and
They
11.
were calling that nigga the next LeBron. That shit was so sick, bro.
With 56 points. Yeah, I like I said, I thought he was gonna
what
be that
this
level.
nigga average in college, bro?
It said 19 and 12. I ain't gonna lie, that's decent with 5 assists. I thought he was gonna be
no
good.
Way that's Ben Simmons.
That's what, if I'm not mistaken.
Ben Simmons. Oh,
he only played 1 year.
Ben Simmons was good in college, but like I just didn't think he was gonna be the next LeBron.
I thought he could.
They were doing too much.
That like next type of guy, but when he didn't make it to the, like I said, the playoffs, I was like, no, I can't.
19 and 12. What is them fucking shooting splits?
Yeah, I got it. I got to see.
He wasn't shooting, bro. That was the problem that I had with him, bro. When he came to the league and was like, I don't need a jump shot. As soon as he said, I don't need a jump shot, I was like, yeah, this nigga, he's not it. As soon as he wasn't shooting, bro. That was the problem that I had with him, bro. When he came to the league and was like, I don't need a jump shot. As soon as he said, I don't need a jump shot, I was like, yeah, this nigga, he's not it. As soon as he said that, I was like, yeah, he's not him, bro. I don't know why y'all even still following this man. He is not him.
Like, I was a Brandon Ingram guy, and then I was high on Lonzo Ball. I ain't gonna lie. It wasn't even just because of the LeVar Kool-Aid. I remember, because, all right, DC, you were around my age. You remember the Free Dawkins basketball YouTube page where they used to post niggas highlights?
Bro, yes.
Okay, so I'm in my freshman year of high school, right? It's around October. They post this nigga UCLA debut, and he had a triple-double. And I'm watching the game. It was against some sorry-ass team. It might have been Oklahoma State or some shit like that. And I was like, damn, who is this nigga? This nigga is cold. So I'm
not going to lie. I just thought he was going to
I think you muted yourself, bro. Yo.
Traditional as hell. Lonzo's gonna go out here and get 13 and like 11 assists with like 6 rebounds. But that's still good, bro.
Because I knew he could be at worst like a Jason
Kidd. I was
hating
on Kyle Kuzma when we first drafted him. I ain't gonna lie.
I knew he could be like a Jason Kidd or something like that.
He won me over pretty quick. I was like, damn, this nigga low-key nice.
You can hear me?
I'm surprised.
He's another one I never got into. I used to hate that.
I'm surprised he was the one Laker that lasted without getting traded at all.
Like I wasn't, bro. When he didn't get traded, I was like, I told y'all niggas he wasn't gonna get traded because he fucking sucks. Nobody wants that nigga.
But I ain't gonna lie, I gotta get up out of here. I might gotta get something to eat and some more shit.
I'm gonna have to lie, Bryce. Your mic tripping.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna end this hoe. I'm gonna catch y'all. Yeah, that hoe ended anyways. You didn't feed them? Okay. Got to end this, man.